everybody bloody good? How's everybody doing on this fan Friday, everybody? Chat, it is a React day today. Two chats that I have to address. Somebody said, I thought you were on break. We're back. Song name, Black Creek by Brent Cobb. There we go. Anyways, chat, it is a React day today. We got a lot of videos we're going to be watching this week. We're basically streaming every day. Some streams may be shorter than others, but because I was gone for like 6 days, I don't want to, immediately return to taking 2 days off. So this whole week upcoming, we're going to be streaming. We've got a lot of streams planned. Today's going to be a React day. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live at 1 doing the SMP for the entire stream. Sunday is going to be a noon EST stream / charity stream for Red Cross. Dub of the chat, matching chats, donos. We're going to be raising money for American Red Cross. Probably from like noon to 5, if I had to guess. Also a React day, maybe some gaming on Sunday. Monday's going to be the SMP. Again, we have to do back-to-back SMP streams because we are behind. We missed a whole week of the SMP, so we got to fucking get, ready and geared up. And we might do a tournament Monday as well. That'll be at like 4 EST. We'll probably be live for the SMP. Tuesday, I'm going to be doing Quarantine Zone, which is like the zombie game that's coming out, into some other random games, like the Agreed game, some other random on Tuesday. A bit of a random game day Tuesday. Wednesday is going to be Marvel Rivals 6v6 for Season 6 into an FMV game. Thursday is going to be games with the guys. And Friday's Reacts next Saturday, SMP and random games. Then we'll go from there. Probably back to a regular schedule after that, taking 2 days off a week. But, yeah, if you have any videos you want to watch, games you had to play, videos, /tab, games, /tab. Take the jacket off. It's cold. I'll take it off in a little bit. I'll probably get heated in like 5 minutes and take it off. B-Money, thank you for the 6. Go Irish, Cancer, Chi, Bug, and Alex for the sub. Vinny, thank you for the 3. What's your favorite philosophical theory? Theory? Like philosophical train of thought? Like if you're talking about like existentialism or absurdism, or you're saying philosophical theory like the egg theory, right? I love Stoicism. I think Stoicism, I don't even know if that would be a theory, though. I feel like that's just like a philosophical train of thought. But I do, throw it in sub-only mode. Holy fuck. I'm sorry. Throw it in sub-only mode. Holy shit. The egg theory, bro, is pretty cool. Not really philosophical. But if you're saying, like, just train of thought, like, what's, like, something that I kind of align with, like, Stoics, like Stoicism. Crime, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Pete for the sub. If you don't, like, basically, Stoicism's, like, not nihilism. Nihilism is that life has no value. Stoicism is under the guise that, like, you can't control a lot of the things that happen to you in your life. You can only control how you perceive them and how you interact with them. I'm not very good at doing that a lot of the time, but I think that is a very good outlook on life in general. But yeah. It's a lone coup for the sub. Krem said the R1 Fish and It's Mox for the sub. FT and Boost for the sub. FT for the sub. Car, thank you for the 3. Getting scheduled 40 hours a week in high school. I'm glad I could catch the streams. Well, good luck, man. Thank you for the biddies. Mariana. Or Marina, thank you for the sub. Cook and Shiny for the sub. Greg for the sub. 0, thank you for the 5. YouTube channel is doing 200 to 300K views a month. I'm wondering how your journey and analytics were since I do similar content. Maybe a shorts guy. I only do long form here and there. I just want some advice. I'm only 15. I don't really know the YouTube shorts game, so I can't really give you advice there. I would say that the YouTube game, at least long form wise, is a bit of a snowball. In that the people only want to watch videos that have views. And, I mean, that goes for anything, really. But TikTok's a little different because you ever find, like, a gem on TikTok? Like, a weird video with, like, 50 likes? Like, people fuck with those. But on YouTube, like, you're really not watching videos that have, like, sub 100K views. At least on your recommended page. Unless you know the YouTuber. So that's why, like, the YouTube game in general is very rewarding for returning audience members because that enables you to grow more. But, I mean, how you do that, I have no idea. That's just, like, the content grind. But congrats on the success. Sir, thank you for the sub. K said thank you for the 3. Would you rather have to decline 911? Your only proof is a reversible video of the towers getting hit, or have to decline the Holocaust and write a book about the diary of Anne Frank? Kaysen, you're the one that just got me heated, so thank you for that. Because that dono made no fucking sense, pal. There we go. There we go. Chat of the day. Chat of the day from Kaysen. Are you saying what oh, not 911. You're saying would I rather be a 9/11 denier or a Holocaust denier? Neither. Because both happened. I'm not answering that. Why the fuck would I ever... What the fuck type of... What do you mean? Is this like a hypothetical? Your only proof is a reverse video of the towers getting hit? Or you have to decline the Holocaust and write a book about the diary of Anne Frank? Oh, called The Liary of Anne Frank. Neither. I'm not answering that question. The gun goes off. I'm dying. No. Don't ask me like that. Would you rather say that the Holocaust didn't happen or 9/11? Jeez. Friendly, thank you for the 3. This is only my second stream. I'm from New Zealand. Welcome to the stream. C-Boy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Vex and Dominic for the sub. Vinny, thank you for the 3. Victor for the sub. Totally MMA, Nate, and Saxo at VM. Totally Tyler, Assassin, Rex, Ice, Kaysen, Mimi, and I don't know for the sub. Finn, Lancer, Shinobi, LC, Rita, Mad, Hoog, Jay, Kayla for the sub. 0 for the 3. 1 million views across my channel. Do you think like a transition to long form is smart? Yeah. The problem is that gaining long-form viewers from short-form content is impossible. 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 The turnover rate is like 2%. It's terrible. It's horrible. It's all ass. Speaking from somebody that's done short-form, getting people to transition from... You did it, though? Yeah, over 4 years. Vanilla Mace did it. Vanilla Mace didn't do it in the same way that this chatter would be doing it. A lot of creators get clipped doing long form and then grow short form. That's different from like just straight up raw doing short form, building an entire audience there, and then trying to transition them from watching your 30-second videos to 3-hour live streams. Like, or, you know, long-form YouTube videos. You kind of have to find, like, a bridge between the short-form content that you are currently making and the long-form content that you want to make in some sort of relatability, and then do that way. What that would be, I don't know. You would have to figure that out yourself. Bob, thank you for the 3. React to my bad drawing of you on TikTok. No. Gary, thank you for the 3. Moved in with my grandmother, taking care of her. She was a cancer survivor. Half her body got replaced because of the effects of extreme chemotherapy. She passed away about 2 months ago. Rip in the chat, man. I'm sorry for your loss. Your videos have been able to help me smile when I didn't think it was possible. Never stop being you. Thank you for the nice message, man, but I'm sorry for your loss, Gary. Rip in the chat, bro. Security, thank you for the 3. 2-year anniversary of following on Twitch. I know you have a packed schedule. Do you ever play Hello Neighbor or Bendy in the Ink Machine? Yeah, but, like, not anytime in the near future. Ito, thank you for the sub. Gabe, thank you for the 3. Who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? There was a prediction. I forgot I made this. I don't want to jinx it. Everybody knock on wood. I made a prediction 11 months ago, and Zod sent a clip, and I said that the Bills and the Eagles were going to be in the Super Bowl. I would love that. I think that would be a fucking good game. A good game. The problem is the Eagles play the 49ers first, and I think that that's going to be a tough game. I think after that, they could have an easier second round, but it's really like an all or nothing bet. Like, it's a flip of a coin, really. I think the Vegas odds have the Eagles at like minus, they might have changed it. When I checked, I think it was like minus 180. Eagles 49ers game odds. It says Eagles minus 225. No fucking shot. And I'm an Eagles fan. I feel like it's going to be closer than that. Minus 2. I feel like I got to be looking at a wrong article right now. Because minus 225 is like, they're a pretty heavy favor. Yeah, plus 180 49ers, minus 220 Eagles. To minus 238. Depends on obviously, the site that you're gambling on. What is the spread? I think it was Eagles plus 4.5. Plus 5.5. Or minus 5.5. The hell am I saying? Ito, thank you for the sub. Mira and Racket for the sub. Luis, Ray, and KX for the sub. Cal, thank you for the 5. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of, like, paragraph-long bit donos. Please refrain from sending bits right now. Please refrain from sending bits right now. I'm sorry. Jacob, thank you for the 3. You should play Get to Work one day. iHeart, thank you for the 3. Cutter Story, if you have longer hair. I don't even know who that is. Last and FK, thank you for the sub. Iman, Judd for the sub. UK for the sub. Jay, thank you for the 5. Once and Ellie, thank you for the sub. Pancake for the 3. Security for the 3. Gary for the 3. Gabe for the 3. Callie, thank you for the 5. How's your week been? All right, Big, thank you for the 6. One of my cousin's moms passed away. She found out in an Uber without her knowledge. The Uber driver recorded with meta glasses without her consent, posted it on TikTok, Instagram via practically my whole family chipping in. We're able to get the video taken down on TikTok. The uploader, not even an hour ago, got it appealed it up again. Do you have any idea how to get the video taken down? No. And I'm not saying that in a way that I, like, don't want to help you. I have the same exact problem. I literally yesterday was ranting about how TikTok is basically changing their entire, like, automation system to AI. They don't really use people anymore. And so getting a person to talk to you that works at TikTok is effectively impossible. But yeah, I'm sorry that that's happening. That's terrible. I don't have any connects is the problem. Like, way back years ago, right? Like, I started TikTok in 2020. I mean, I didn't really make money till 22, but I had, like, a rep in, like, 22, 23. And then now that just doesn't exist anymore. Same thing with YouTube. It's like everything's just AI automated. That's how they handle it. So there are people that probably handle, like, bigger shit, but, like, I can't even figure out who the fuck they are. Like, it's impossible to get them to respond. Same thing with Meta. Like, any of those short-form companies suck at, like, getting people to fucking look at something. Brogan, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. But good luck, man. I'm sorry. Love your videos. Fans, love what you do for your fans charity. Just go to person. Thank you. CT, thank you for the sub. Per, thank you for the 5. Suffering from withdrawal. Any tips? I think you need to go to a professional for that, man. I don't think I'm the guy to ask for that. The Existential for the sub. Bernardo, thank you for the 4. Funny and MC for the sub. 0, thank you for the 3. C-Boy for the 5. Gift is not. Bounce for the sub. Schmegma for the sub. Miles and Ghost for the sub. Ginger, thank you for the 3. A lot of tornadoes in the south. Well, prayers in the chat, man. I hope you're all right. Mark and Mr. Deluxe for the sub. Asher and Victor, thank you for the 3. How much did you bet in the Jake Paul Joshua fight? We already talked about that. I throw and wish for the sub. Waffle for the sub. My name, thank you for the 3. Senior research paper on mysticism, the parallels between the world structure and the Stoics have, and later mystical traditions is fascinating. That's awesome. Nethune and Ugg for the sub. Maui and Alt for the sub. Logan, thank you for the 5. In a relationship, do you think taking a break is a good idea? It depends on the situation. It's not like a blanketed yes or no. Jacob, thank you for the 3. iHeart, thank you for the 3. Q and Chipper for the sub. Not, thank you for the 3. Told you about my mental health, family struggling, but I want to say you're my favorite person. Say to my favorite person goodbye. This is my last stream because I can't take being alone. Nothing helps, not even 988. I just want to let you know this isn't for clout, so please don't clip this. All love to Joan Chat, love Lyndon. Well, Lyndon, please get help, man. Suicide is not the answer to your problems. I know you're going to hear me say the same goddamn spiel all over again where it's like I say to reach out to 988. If you don't like talking to 988, talk to a family member, a friend, or somebody that's in your fucking life, man. Suicide's not the answer to your problems. You're probably like 18. You have your whole life ahead of you. I don't think anything's after death. I think it's a pretty bad idea, personally. I'm not trying to, like, you know, obviously, your life, your decisions, man. But if I understand you weigh, I guess, my opinion to some regard for you to be able to tell me this. So I could tell you with full honesty, man, that I think you're making the wrong choice. I don't think taking your life is the right choice. I think staying alive and pushing through it, okay? It can be hard, and I understand that. But, you know, life's going to be full of ups and downs, and you're in a pretty big down right now, man. But that doesn't mean that taking your life's the answer out of that. There's so many other options. So many. And I understand 988 might not be the solution, but that's not like they're not going to solve your problems. They're like a redirectory system almost. It's a crisis hotline to help you in that exact moment and then put you down that step and help you get the help that you need later on. I wish you the best, man. Please do not take your life. Mr. and Guy for the sub. Summer for the 5. Gifted. Jason for the sub. Not thank you for the 3. Grandma has leukemia. Been spending more time with him. He loves me so much. My grandpa has leukemia. Spending more time with him. Feel awful. Never tried to build a relationship with him. Wish I could. Now he's on hospice. It's too late. Feel regret. I'm sorry to hear that, man. F cancer in the chat. That's terrible. Loved it so much more now than ever I have before. Well, you know, I mean, spend as much time as you can with him now, man. That's all you could really do. Jason Marshall for the sub. Keith for the 3. Bad Dragon still your dream sponsor. Chipper for the sub. Random for the sub. I don't know. I don't really have a dream sponsor. I always say Bad Dragon because it's for the memes, but I don't know if they're actually a dream sponsor. Anyways, yeah, no, dude, not Savage. Please get the help you need, man. Suicide's not the answer, bro. I recognize your user. You're in my stream a lot. I hope you get the help you need, man. Random for the sub. Please. Baja for the sub. AJ and Sam for the sub. I know I'm not having an emotional reaction, but it's also like that's not gonna change anything, you know. Like you really need to get help, man. Waffle, thank you for the 10 gifted. Toilet and CSX for the sub. Please don't send bets right now, chat. Please. Baja, thank you for the sub. I'm serious. It's not like I'm trying to like farm money. Not thank you for the 3. But dude, please, you know. I don't know if you said anything in chat. It's just not like I mean I say the same thing all the time, and you know it's like I'm beating a dead horse here, but it's like I truly don't believe taking your life is the solution to your problems at all. I don't think that fixes anything. And you were in my chat a day ago saying the same thing. I sort of move on in life every day. I say to myself that I should end it, but I can't. Well, you shouldn't. I don't think that's what's meant for you in life. I don't think there's overall some purpose from a higher being. You know my beliefs. I don't think there's some being that's giving you some direct purpose, but I think you're obscenely lucky to be alive. And I think it's a waste of that luck to end it short. Regardless of how bad the situation might be right now, I think it could get better, right? I hate to use the phrase hitting rock bottom the only way is up, but, you know, man, like, life's going to get better. You got to push for that, you know? It's not going to be something that gets fixed in a day. Might take a year, might take 10 years, you know? But you got to keep fucking going, dude. Life's worth living. Daniela and JJ for the sub. 143 Apex Gone for the submarina. Thank you for the 3. Bella and Pride for the sub. Kason, thank you for the 3. Daniela and Jack for the sub. Mods, can we pin a message that I'm not going to be able to read bit donos right now? I'm sorry. Baja and Apollo for the sub. I'll read these, but just for like the next half hour, I keep repeatedly saying please don't send bits. From the Dominican Republic, thank you for tuning in, bro. Kason, thank you for the 3. Autocorrect fucked me over. Waffle, thank you for the 10 gifteds, and Jackson Daniela for the sub. Why are we trauma dumping on Joe? Well, every start of stream, there's like 10 to like 20 chatters that tell me like somebody died that they know or they want to kill themselves or something. And it's not like, it doesn't upset me. It's just like, I feel bad because it's like every stream, there's people that, it's different people every time, obviously. But it's like, I just don't know what to do. You know, like, I'm going to say what I'm saying right now, but it's like, there's only so much that I'm able to do as a streamer. And we've had this conversation a million times, so I'm not going to drag it out. KO and K, thank you for the sub. If you're a viewer of mine, you've probably heard me say this spiel a million times. Not thank you for the sub. Yo, run down to the videos that we have today. Chat, lock in. People call this monkey trade slavery. This is an Andrew Frazier video. Love Andrew Frazier videos. He did the one of the bat market in, where was it? Not Thailand. Was it the Philippines? I don't know. Some country in Eastern Asia. He did a video on that, and he did like the rat video too. Was it China? I think it was Indonesia. That's what it was. I knew it was like an island. Or like in a more tropical area. Anyways, people call this monkey trade slavery. Why your gamer tag matters more than you think. How every serial killer was caught. How the burnt peanut took over streaming. Searching for the worst American sports team. And is time travel possible? Neil deGrasse Tyson answers your questions. Bree and Bing for the sub. I'm and Castro for the sub. Charlie, Not, and K for the sub cards. And Bree for the sub as well. Chat, if I don't read donuts for a bit, I apologize. But thank you guys for the subs and bits. I appreciate the support. Woo for the sub cards for the sub. Chat, lock in. First video of the day. Exclamation point schedule if you don't know the schedule. People call this monkey trade slavery. Lock in.
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Never buying coconut milk. Saying that. But do you guys buy coconut milk? I may have bought coconut milk like one time. Ever. That shit tastes terrible. What, you saying a monkey made the milk?
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Costco will stop selling one brand of coconut milk from a Thailand-based producer.
That's what the headlines say, at least. The world is angry.
Oh my god, do they chain the monkeys to, like, the tree and then make them climb it to go fucking pick the coconuts?
But is this really abuse, or is this some ancient tradition that the West just doesn't understand? To find out, in this episode, we're traveling
How do you even train a monkey to do that?
across Southeast Asia, from the chaotic monkey markets of Jakarta to the ancient coconut jungles of southern Thailand. And we'll see how they're sold, trained in monkey schools, and put to work in towering...
Trained in monkey schools? They have a whole system where they train them? Do you think you could fail out? Like, how many monkeys do you think fail out of the school because they, like, don't listen?
trees. You're going to want to stick.
All right, I'm going to have this take off rip before... let's see if my take changes. I think if they're training them through a reward-based system and they're not, like, electrocuting them or some shit to, like, ingrain that they have to do this or they'll get hurt, I don't see this as a problem. Like, if they're just, like, hey, they end up training the monkey to go pick the coconut and then they give the monkey, like, a grape or something, I think that's fine. Like a dopamine reward. But if they're, like, zapping the motherfucker and they're like, we're going to hurt you if you don't do it.
Around for it. Let's go.
Because, I mean, that's, like, the same thing as, like, retrievers. Like, it would be, like, the same thing as a retriever dog if you did it like that. It'd be like, okay, go get the duck. And then they go pick up the duck. You give them a treat. Then they go, they like doing it.
Starting in Indonesia's...
I think the argument then still is that monkeys are smarter. And so it's like, are you taking advantage of that?
Jatinegara pet market. It's basically this, like, zoo where you can buy anything roadside. I think my goal today...
Oh, my God. Oh. See, that upsets me. Look at the puppies.
I think my goal today is to see, like, how many different species we can possibly see in one day, just as one market.
Exotic geckos, nectar.
Those were fucking, like, flying... Were those sugar gliders?
Then one day...
What are those? They're not flying squirrels. Are they sugar gliders? What are these? Are these flying squirrels? These little things right here? How do they even catch those?
This is one market.
Exotic geckos next to someone's random house cat. All crammed together. There's sugar gliders everywhere.
Sugar glider, answer my question. Never mind.
All kinds of sugar gliders.
Different varieties of squirrels too. Like, just a ridiculous amount of...
Yo, I feel like this is like... Yo, it actually makes me realize... I know this is like a fucked up market. But this shit, like, makes me realize the amount of animals that exist that I don't know anything about. Like, this looks like a skunk. This isn't a skunk. This is a squirrel.
Squirrels. Including some kind of ground squirrel that apparently stinks.
It's a squirrel that have a bad smell. We call it bajing.
I think that's a skunk.
Yeah, bajing.
A bajing. It's a squirrel with a bad smell.
Yeah.
Kind of hot. Hi guys, this is one of those bad smelling squirrels. Apparently, he looks cute as hell. I feel really bad for this little guy. I don't think he's gonna last that long, if I'm honest. He's just kind of like hanging out there, rather wet. How much is this?
Berapa papa bajing? 150.
$9 for that fucking living animal, bro. What? I feel like I would buy that and then just release it into the jungle and hope it survives.
You come into stuff that's not even from Indonesia. Albino hedgehogs. Brazilian turtles.
Brazil?
Oh my god. Imported weirdness just everywhere. The whole thing.
But is this like for rich people? Like, are they eating these animals? Well, I feel like some of them, this is an exotic pet market. They have exotic animal markets for food, but like nobody's eating a sugar glider. Joe, what the fuck? What do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? We've watched videos where they have pet markets and right next door they have animal markets where they're cooking things. That's not, what do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? That's an honest question.
It's kind of fascinating, and it doesn't take long before we find our first monkey.
You have one monkey.
You're like, that's a chicken.
How much?
1 million.
1 million for one monkey.
$60 for a monkey. Bro. I feel like a monkey should be like $5,000. Like if you're buying, I feel like if you buy an ape, that should be like $5 grand. An ape or a monkey. Like that's like a smart ass animal. That's pretty hard to get.
Okay.
And it is pretty heartbreaking right away. These guys are tiny, not even a year old. There's 2 of them, and they're just huddled together in the rain while Jakarta's traffic screams past like it's nothing.
Like, what do people buy them for? They buy for a pet? Or
Dude, it just sucks because, like, if you buy it, you're fueling the business. Like, even if you bought that monkey and then, like, somehow rehabilitated it and then put it back in the wild, like, you're incentivizing this transaction. You know what I mean?
what?
Like, you buying them isn't saving them. It's saving the ones that you're buying, but it's not stopping the cycle. Like, this is a continuous thing that's just going to keep happening. Sorry, responding to my friend. Okay. I'm IP B Zach 08 Heather. It's Die X Hannah Blank Lil Malik Beanie the biggest can Ali K Cass. I'm Bing K and Waffle. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. How long
For what?
For attraction of a pet, bring it to go around the city and.
Somebody said, "Well, we could get Trump to take over the country." That's not how you solve this. That's not how you solve this. Oh God. That shouldn't be the jump to solution here. You see one problem within a country, you don't go, well, let's forcefully take over the country.
Really?
People giving you little money.
Kalau ini kan segede segini aja.
It cannot grow up big. Just this.
Really?
Yeah.
This kind of
Some of the animals here, I don't think are bad that they're selling them. Like, there were like a few lizards. Like, I don't think that's bad that you're selling lizards for either food or pets. Like, I think that's fine. It's when you have, like, malnourished, like, baby squirrels and fucking, like, actual apes in cages.
monkey won't get big.
Cannot.
Really?
They're macaques. I believe all of them are macaques, just a few different varieties of them. Mainly pigtail macaques and longtail macaques.
Dari mana, Pak?
Ini Sulawesi.
Sulawesi.
And it turns out they've been shipped from Sulawesi. And in some ways, it hits even harder. I've just returned from Sulawesi, and it is one of the most beautiful paradises I've ever seen. And somehow, it's worse once it's confirmed. These aren't captive bred. They've been pulled straight out of paradise, just to rot roadside in cages. More macaques, this time in camo uniforms.
But then what are people doing with them? Like, this one's wearing a shirt. Like, is some random Indonesian man coming by and, like, buying this macaque for $60 and then, what, like, keeping it in a cage as a pet?
Turned into props from someone's idea of adorable. And they're also not albino at all. Their coats have been dyed.
Yeah, but, like, you can't keep that as a pet. Like, you're not going to be able to train that thing.
This kind of cheap trick to heighten the novelty and make an easier sale. And before long, we find the epicenter of the market, the monkey section. No longer the occasional cage tucked among birds and reptiles and hedgehogs, but a dedicated corner of commerce. Cage after cage of macaques in different shapes and sizes, lined up like products. They're from Sulawesi
And, like, how many of them are dying before they're even getting sold?
and Sumatra primarily. And then from here, they'll be shipped all over Indonesia.
Oh, isn't that when they start fucking losing their minds? What is that called? That's like an actual thing. Where they just, like, roam in circles. Yeah, zoocosis.
50.
50 monkeys.
Monkey.
He has 50 monkeys. Why do you have that many monkeys, bro? Like, is that many? Is there that big of a market for this?
Maybe less.
Around about 50.
Yeah.
And in just one stall here, they have more than 50 monkeys, cage after cage lined up. And then you see the ones that are already breaking. Some are clearly getting just wired up from being trapped in these cages for too long. Some of them are too small, they're too stressed. And once they get bigger, you can tell they're nowhere near as easy to sell anymore. Meanwhile, there are more cages with tiny babies. Some of these things are insanely young. Again, looking like they're barely a month old, clinging to each other like that's the only comfort they've got.
Oh my god, and they have no idea what's going on.
Oh, it's just 1 month.
1 month old.
Yeah.
1 month old? How did they catch that? Did they catch the mom and then the mom gave birth?
They've got these big cartoon eyes, these oversized heads, little hands gripping onto the cage bars. It's almost too cute, which is the problem. And you can tell exactly why. They've been taken away when they are at peak cuteness, peak sellable. The first stop is these markets, and then they get sold off as pets all across the country.
Yeah, but that many people in Indonesia own monkeys?
The monkey trade at Jatinegara.
Like, I wouldn't even know the first thing of taking care of a monkey. Like, what do you feed a monkey? Like, fruits and nuts and shit, but it's like, you have to, like, keep it entertained, and it needs exercise. Like, dude, that's the problem with it. It's on another level. But it's the same shit with, like, any animal owner in the United States, too. Motherfuckers will buy pets, not bananas. Motherfuckers will buy bananas. You're just saying banana. No, chat's not even saying bananas. Just banana. Okay, we're feeding them banana. All right. Anyways. It's brain rot. Oh my god, what was I saying? Motherfuckers will buy pets in the United States, not understanding how much work it is to take care of that pet. Like, it's unreal, dude. Even something as simple as, like, a dog. They'll buy a puppy and not realize, like, hey, you have to, like, train this thing, take it out all the time, watch it, make sure it gets exercise. It's, like, a smaller step of, like, raising a kid, bro. Obviously, a human's going to be harder, but, like, I honestly think raising a dog is probably a pretty good training exercise for, like, keeping something alive. Like, it's not easy to... That's why so many dogs are misbehaved, too.
Sits in this kind of...
They don't socialize them right. They don't get enough exercise. They'll buy a fucking... what's, like, the smartest dog? My God, it's a sheep-herding dog. It's a sheep-herding dog. It's so cute. Why am I blanking on the name? It's, like, one of my favorite animals. I would love to own one, but I couldn't exercise it enough. Not a husky. A border collie. Yeah, motherfuckers will buy border collies because they think they're cute, and then they keep them in an apartment 6 stories up in the city, and it doesn't exercise, and then it fucking misbehaves, and they wonder why. I'm like, yo, that dog's meant to be nonstop mentally and physically engaged. Those animals are bred to be, like, on the go and ready all the time, and you're using it as, like, a show dog.
Strange gray zone.
Like, that times 10 now with an ape, I would assume. Like, I'm guessing an ape's probably pretty active.
The sourcing is brutal. Babies here are taken by either killing the mother and or breaking up and scaring away the troop. But it's messy because long-tailed macaques aren't just pet market animals. Globally, they're actually a major biomedical commodity. Between 2008 and 2019, an estimated 450,000 were traded internationally, mostly exported out of Southeast Asia to labs in the US, Europe, and China. I think it's kind of a justifiable evil. But it means that there is a legitimate market for it.
Oh, to, like, test medicines on them and shit?
Jatinegara, though, is mainly domestic pet trade. And it keeps going through this legal omission. Indonesia protects species listed under its 2018 regulation. And that regulation does not include long-tailed macaques. They're not considered protected and an endangered species. The IUCN, though, did move them to endangered in 2022. But the IUCN is not law here. It's kind of like a warning light, and the regulation just has not been updated yet. So shutting down these markets is hard, unless authorities can prove specific permits or quota
Or
violations
just smoking cigarettes in its face.
or obvious cruelty just exists. And I find this a little bit strange, because a little bit further north in the south of Thailand, there is a monkey trade that's getting a ton of international pressure.
The brand Shako is accused of using monkey labor to pick the coconuts.
And that is getting cracked down on hard. And after checking it out, I find it a little bit more justifiable.
What's more justifiable? The fact that it's getting cracked down on, or the monkey usage to pick coconuts is less immoral?
These monkey schools in southern Thailand, in Surat Thani, run on a straight-up curriculum.
Do you think monkeys are sentient? I think all animals are conscious, but not in the same sense that we are. There's levels to it. Like, a chicken is not as conscious as a pig is not as conscious as an ape isn't as conscious as a human. Why? I mean, it's the levels of brain structure and perception that they have. Like, bugs are obviously not as sentient as humans are, but, I mean, they're still conscious because they have experience. Like, consciousness is divided into a multitude of things. It's like, you know, memory, the capability to recall information, the ability to communicate, express emotions and feel emotions, which many animals, basically all animals, are able to do. Feel pain, and, like, a few other things like reason, you know, like humans can reason, or, I guess, complex understanding of things like dolphins, elephants, whales. Where they can mourn. There's like a million categories that determine how sentient something is. Like, yeah, crows and ravens, somebody said in chat, very smart animals. I believe a crow, I don't know which one's smarter, a crow or a raven, but I think one of them has the intelligence of like a 6-year-old, which is like crazy. Border collies are like the intelligence of like 4-year-olds.
5 classes, 10 days each. That apparently is all they need.
And it's also divided into a few other things as well. Most people perceive cats as smarter than dogs, but cats are more individual creatures that are more critical thinkers, but less socially aware, right? They have different skills in different areas. You perceive cats as smarter because they're kind of like solo creatures that are capable of, you know, doing things on their own. But dogs, on the other hand, are very good at social understanding and emotional understanding and things that cats can't do. Both aid their survival. And both are different in consciousness.
Oh, hello, Swadika.
Wait, this is like the classes. Oh, so they have 5 classes on how to teach a monkey how to pick a coconut?
On a straight-up curriculum. 5 classes, 10 days each.
They have to fucking be able to determine the difference between a ripe and an unripe coconut and then tie a knot? I can't even do that.
Apparently is all they need.
Oh, hello, Swadika.
At least in the school. From there, they go into this kind of like apprenticeship program of training on actual coconut groves.
We have a good 30, 40 monkeys behind us at this Thai monkey training school. That's where a lot of these kind of like monkeys end up. They're actual working creatures. And here in Thailand, they still have, as you can see, ridiculously tall coconut plantations. They haven't all been swapped out for the sort of
You really think it's cheaper to train a monkey to do it than get like a machine to be able to do it?
dwarf coconut trees you see elsewhere. So monkeys like this, they're
Honestly, maybe. Because the shape of the coconut, if all coconut trees were 25 feet tall and had an angle leaning 20 degrees, you could get a machine to adapt to that. But since they all grow differently and ripen at different times, probably is easier to get a monkey to be able to do it. How would a machine even do that efficiently? That's what I'm saying. Like, certain machines are only able to do certain farming efficiently, right? That's why, like, human farmers still, like, pick blueberries. But, like, you could have a machine do corn and, like, you could, like, you know, flood a bog or whatever it's called for cranberries and shit. Like, there's different methods of farming.
an essential tool in the south of Thailand. We're in Surat Thani. We're going to see exactly how they're trained up and how they turn into coconut harvesting machines.
He has been doing this since he was 15 years old.
Wow, that's crazy, huh?
ตอนนี้57แล้ว
He's 57 now. Can you
57?
tell? He looks so young.
How many monkeys do you think you've trained?
น่าจะเกือบหลักพันนะ
He think about 1,000 of monkeys.
1,000 monkeys.
Yeah, about 1,000
Wow,
of
that's
monkeys
crazy.
already.
Okay, so the monkey school setup is kind of, I mean, I don't know what you'd imagine, because you don't know what a monkey school looks like, right? But essentially, a bunch of coconut trees.
Do you think he's training them and then deciding which ones are picking up faster and then having those ones breed to efficiently make a smarter monkey population?
Makes sense. These tires are attached to the bottom of them.
Like he's selectively choosing which ones do better.
Each monkey gets one tire, one coconut tree. That's their hangout, their base, and they're
Oh, they get like a home?
periodically brought into the sort of the class section, the curriculum section of the school. And I've got to admit, that's kind of crazy.
Like, I don't know if I think this is fucked up or not. Like, I've never even heard of this. They get their own home and they have to pick coconuts.
Crazy to me that you can train a monkey in 50 days to do this so
I'm kind of on the fence. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I need to know more.
flawlessly. And trust me, these things will blow your mind. The level of mastery, the smarts of these monkeys are fascinating. Here it goes.
So the first step is to learn spinning the
Spinning.
coconut. Spin. They will do this for 10 days. Another interesting thing is like
He'll just spin a coconut in front of their face for 10 fucking days until they pick up on that shit. Oh my God. Dude, that monkey's got to be so confused for the first 3 days. Just fucking watching this guy spin a coconut right at his forehead.
they cannot focus for
No, they have low attention spans because they're babies. They need to be able to understand how to, detach the coconut from the tree.
a long period of time, right? So he said like only 2 to 5 minutes or less than that.
Oh, they only do this for 5 minutes? Oh, because he's doing this for 10 days, but they only do it in 5-minute intervals, and then he lets him go back and goes and grabs the other one.
That's all.
So it's like these short periods
It's like Super Monkey Ball. Yo, Mods, time out Blaze Guardian for 35 seconds. Thank you.
of training.
Because they cannot focus. They don't want to be trained that long. Yeah, the well-behaved after training, he will sell like 15,000 baht.
15,000 baht for one
15,000
monkey.
baht for one monkey.
All right, guys.
What do you mean he's selling the monkeys to like different like farms?
Second step is now learning to hang on the tree.
The monkeys learn to use 3 limbs to twist while anchoring with the 4th. Then it's just a matter of elevation. Day by day, the coconuts get higher and higher.
That was super quick and super impressive. He jumped right up there, nailed the 2 down. Cool.
I mean, this is impressive to watch.
Let's move on to class number 3.
Selection. The monkeys learn to select just the coconuts that contain water, typically by their color.
He's like ready to roll this one.
Business time.
Oh my God, guys, this guy is like clipping along. That's 2 coconuts down, 3 coconuts down. He is absolutely crushed in this. 4 coconuts.
Nah, he's not supposed to spin those ones.
5. Last one.
Class 4 is safety. These monkeys actually learn to untie knots and tangles because at 50 feet up, no
Whoa.
human can climb up to save them.
Whoa.
Wow.
To untie knots and tangles because at 50 feet up, no
Whoa.
human can climb up to save them.
Whoa.
And he knew which part of the loop to climb through to untangle himself. Dude, I feel like humans would struggle with that.
Actually learn to untie knots and tangles because at 50 feet up, no
Whoa.
human can climb up to save them.
Like, I would not know which one to climb through.
Whoa. That is crazy. I've never been so impressed. That was absolutely crazy. 3 different types of tangle that are common, 3 different types of knots.
He's gonna untie that?
Essentially just, standard.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. He's gonna untie that. Dude, that is like when your charger cord gets like fucking wrapped around somehow in like 10, or like you're trying to untangle earbuds.
Types of knot, essentially
Like
just,
corded earbuds. He's gonna fucking get through that.
standard, it's
No
looped through itself. He's
way.
gonna loosen it up with his teeth and then climb right through. One that's just doubled over, he just undoes the entire thing with his hands. Whew. Wow. All right, this guy's not a fan of me, but I am a fan of him. That was
Oh, does he want to attack him?
insanely impressive. All right, guys, we're loading up these monkeys. Very much vehicle trained. You see them hanging onto the side of all kinds of crazy contraptions driving around these areas. So it's time to go harvest some real coconuts.
Class 5, time to get real. Let's move from the classroom to the...
Oh, see, they do get treats and shit. I don't know. Like, it's hard to gauge their happiness. It doesn't seem like they're being mistreated right now. They're just on a leash so they don't run away. But it's like, if they're being rewarded, they seem fine. I know, but it's also like, well, if you took them off the leash, would they run away? And then you could say that's fucked up, right? That they have them. But you could say the same thing about a lot of dogs as well that don't like follow their owners.
Coconut Grove.
What else would they be doing? In the jungle, probably doing the same shit for themselves. I mean, now they just have food provided for them, maybe better medical care. Because, like, if they get injured, they'll probably be like, go to a vet.
All right, guys, we're on our way to the monkey.
They live better than in nature. I think that depends on where they're selling them to. I think that's something that needs to be said because this is a training facility. I don't know if they're training them and then in-house using them. If they sell them off to a farmer that's now using them in, like, herding them,
Farm is kind of crazy.
that would be animal abuse.
Dogs coming along. 3 monkeys. They look pretty old, pretty well trained. These are obviously some veterans in the coconut trade. And yeah, I know. Just
Yeah, because, like, you would... the argument for it being fucked up is, like, oh, because it's a monkey. But for, like, a border collie, it wouldn't. But border collies are also bred animals from... Like, they didn't exist without humans.
kind of wild just watching them hold on. I guess it makes sense. But let's see how it goes down. Dog seems amped up as well.
They're taken out to
I mean, getting the dog some exercise, but he can't just get... But he can't hitch a ride? We're making him run the whole fucking way.
Seems amped up as well.
Does he want to run the whole way through? There's a little space in there. I mean, you can sit in there.
They're taken out to actual coconut fields and they're worked in a 3-monkey rotation. They're not ready yet for the full-blown day's work of a working monkey, but they're getting...
Oh, see, I don't think they should be working like 8-hour shifts. I feel like they should work like an hour. And then they get to do whatever the fuck they want.
real experience in an actual field.
Yeah, I don't know if they should work an 8-hour. Like if you're making the monkey work a 9 to 5, I think that's probably animal abuse. I think that's crazy.
All right, guys, enough of
Compensation for that? Yeah, they need a 401k and benefits.
the school, enough of the practice. Bowie, it is time for some actual harvesting, huh?
The 3 apprentices perform surprisingly well. They need constant coaxing,
That's a lot of fucking coconuts, man.
and their attention holds for just 1 or 2 trees before it drifts and they just can't be trained anymore. So that's why they're worked in rotation.
Oh my God, this is a huge tree.
At times, though, they're even working in parallel. Just
That's
2
like a 50-foot fucking tree.
monkeys up there in the trees, 1 working each tree, harvesting together.
All right, guys, it's crazy how tall this tree is. Like, there's no way you'd be climbing up there. I mean, maybe you could if you had a death wish, but this monkey is making kind of short work of it. We are kind of having to call to him every now and then.
We work 9 to 5s though. Yeah, you also get benefits from your employer, and you're a human living in a society that like understands the idea of a 9 to 5.
It is crazy how high these things
You're choosing that.
are.
Like society chose that.
But he's on his like maybe 4th or 5th coconut right now. And yeah. Oh,
Yeah, the big issue is the monkey's not choosing to do it.
here it goes.
That's where it's like, that's where people are going to argue whether or not this is abuse.
Boom. Yeah, they're
Outside of that, it's like, it doesn't really seem like they're being mistreated.
flying everywhere, these coconuts. I gotta admit, you gotta keep an eye on it. It is a little bit dangerous. He's just calling out to it. It's being a little bit choosy, a little bit picky, hunting around, finding the right coconut, and then just boom, spinning him around. They come down in short order. They fly everywhere. Again, gotta keep an eye on it. Just crazy though, how high this tree is. And I've gotta admit how effective this is being so far. 1 tree, maybe 6 or 7 coconuts. Yeah, maybe I should keep an eye on this.
And it's really hard to not be impressed by what these guys can do.
It's 2026. It's 2026, chat. Jesus Christ. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, bro. Come on, man. It's not funny anymore. It's not.
After such a short amount of time.
Leave it in 2025.
This short, structured course has them up there in the trees collecting coconuts like clockwork.
I don't know why. I was expecting the monkey to like come down and then go up another tree. Nah, it's a monkey just jumps tree to tree, of course. Another part of it that just kind of simplifies the process. Good luck doing that if you're a human. That was monkey number 2. He made absolutely short work of that. That was mind-blowing. Huge tree. Took down, I don't know, 15, 20 coconuts in absolutely no time.
But like, how much are they selling? I know they're turning the coconuts into coconut water and then packaging, selling that. But like, how much do you think they're making off one coconut? Like, when the monkey rips a coconut off, falls to the ground, is that like 20 cents? Like, how much is that worth?
You know, it's
Bro, the only other thing I worry about is, like, that motherfucker falling from the tree and dying. Like, obviously it's a smart ape. Like, it's probably not, but...
pretty impressive how selective these monkeys are and how much you kind of trust them. Like, he'll call out to them, sort of push them to take the coconuts, but as soon as it seems like the monkey is done, like he's saying, no, this tree has only got unripe coconuts left, he's just going to trust the monkey and not really push the issue. Huh.
Later that day, we run into real working monkeys. They arrive just right.
Wait, those were apprentices. So this one's like seasoned veteran, been working the biz for 10 years. He's got a pension built up.
Riding on motorbikes, pulling up to a roadside pit stop. One of them's on the side of a trike, the other's just hanging onto the back of a motorbike like a school kid in Vietnam, catching a ride home.
Wow, and they just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like, this guy's weird? Or would they see you as one of them?
Good morning, guys. Right behind me.
Like, obviously, like, a cat would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. Would they just be like, that's a big human? And he's kind of pale.
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s? Who was the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
He's just shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he's
I will say this is the most impressive thing that I've seen in 2026.
very gentle while he's doing that. He's just like moving his hands like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does.
Yeah. He said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like help to guide a little bit too. So
Like, this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up. They don't have to sort of yell at them that much. They
Andrew
just,
Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys really are very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head. Unripe, too. Just a hard green coconut.
sort of know what to do. They've been doing this for a long time. And they can literally tell them which tree to go to move on, to stay. These monkeys are really well trained. They generally know exactly what to do, exactly what they're after.
There's got to be, in the 400 years of them doing this, there has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Can you ask him if he's ever been hit by a coconut?
yeah, sometimes. Or just sometimes when they hit the tree and then like, just hit him too sometimes. But that is it. Like, you have to be very cautious. You have to focus.
Would that shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like if that monkey threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
It's when you work
It is probably like a bowling ball hitting you in the head.
with the monkey, so sometimes
Nip slip, stop. Fuck you. Lars Joe White, Gloom, Glob, B-Dog, Ras, Burger, 69, Bell, thank you for the 2 subs. Jesus Ras for the sub, Vin, Schlam Stan, Reichs, STW, Adrian for the sub, Andrew for the 5, Gig for the sub, Clues for the 3. Collab with the Diamond Jim, what is that? Emma and Frigid for the sub, Giga and Strand for the sub, Digits and Free for the sub, Dixon, Not, Dirt, Stefan is in for the sub, Burke and Ice for the sub, Angel, Ali, Caleb, Spoopy for the sub, Adam and Ava for the sub, TTV, Athra, Melting, Mudo, TTV, Tacos for the sub, Daniel for the 3. You should play Flight Sim? No. Banana and I'm for the sub, Molly and Random for the sub, IP and B for the sub. If you have any videos or games you want me to play, videos, sub, games, sub. Joe and Chris for the sub, lock in.
I'm to just throw it down.
We're told pretty bluntly that the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
What?
I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey
I don't know. I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
they are very well trained, right? So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker work a 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30 or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees. That probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
One monkey, 1,000 coconut a day.
It is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree. They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
Yeah, hit a fire. They just start jerking off.
the speed of which
Just a quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkeys do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But
a monkey
monkeys take goon breaks, bro.
can knock out all the coconuts of
Trust.
a tree outbeats a human.
You know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
Just tenfold.
And as we drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes with a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the trees and collecting the coconuts.
So again, guys, similar kind of setup. A couple of these trikes. Big boy monkeys, males. Mainly, apparently females and males can do this job, but the males seem to be the choice selection. They're rocking.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time? Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday. It is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all those coconuts. Like, that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
All right, I don't know about thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
That one monkey can clear out 1,000 coconuts in a day.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving community of them.
Oh la la.
Every time it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck. You know what I mean? He's kind of like that hippo from Madagascar.
Oh, he's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk out some hardcore. Oh God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn.
And honestly, it's kind of nuts how many we come across in just an hour or so in a morning. And as we chat to these guys, I start to get a sense of the bigger picture.
You know,
It always looks like their butthole's prolapsing too. It's disgusting.
these coconuts.
Why are you staring? I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at its butthole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop. I'm moving forward.
Hour or so.
It's not. I don't know if I've ever seen a macaque before. But what's that one ape, bro? And I swear to God, it looks like that Howie Mandel fucking TikTok where it's like, is this COVID related? Like just a prolapsing butthole, bro. Oh my God, it's so gross. Baboons. Yeah, baboons, dude. Their buttholes are just out.
And honestly, it's kind of nuts how many we
Falling out of their ass, dude.
come across in just an hour or so in a morning. And as we chat to these guys, I start to get a sense of the bigger picture.
You know, these coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that old?
area is like, it's not modern farming. So you can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right? So you can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons used for hunting. And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it really is like the same. It is the same thing.
A long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons used for hunting. And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. Monkeys in our minds are supposed to be wild, supposed to belong in the jungle. But here in
Yeah, because we've never lived around them. But if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them. This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today, by law,
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was confident in that.
this
Wow.
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today, by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family. One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor, but as skill. Something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see whose monkey is the best.
How long has he done?
No fucking way. They have... Dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Since he was born.
Wow. This is what he's done his entire life.
Sketty said if I had a monkey, my monkey would win. Doubt it.
Born in the coconut farm, so.
Sketty's monkey would be one of the ones that just smokes cigarettes.
Wow. How old is it?
Can you guess?
45.
No, 53.
53? You look good. Guys, I've got to admit, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this. And hasn't been the case at all. Like, when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies. They sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts. And,
I don't know, man. It really ruined the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer.
they're not over.
It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh, no, no.
Worked from everything I've seen. It's
Dude, that's a top 5. That's got to be like a top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house and they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. That shit, and you're like trying to walk away and it just fucking grabs onto you, dude. Yeah, it's like a wrestler just fucking hunkering down on your leg, man. It sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh, no. I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm going to scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no! No! Push him off.
seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers, the monkeys. It's been a tradition
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude. That shit's fucking disgusting.
here for up to 400 years. It provides livelihoods for the locals. I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read online, you hear the negative sides of these stories. You're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used for sort of labor. And I can't verify, a lot of the monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing factor. Is if this has been like, if they're taking them from the wild and training them, that's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years to be monkeys that work like and live side by side with humans, you know, because then they're starting to like distinguish themselves from wild apes.
But at the very least, I think it's more ambiguous than it is being portrayed as by some of the people out there on the internet.
There is also a practical reality as well. These coconut groves are ancient. Some of these trees are several hundred years old and they stretch as far as you can see. There are hundreds of
Oh, wow, this doesn't even look real.
thousands of
These are all coconut trees?
acres of ancient coconut grove in Surat Thani. It is the entire ecosystem.
Is it still common for people to use these monkeys to harvest the coconuts, or is it something that's kind of dying out?
คือลิงนี่ถ้าจะมีสวนมะพร้าว
Yeah, he said
At
it's
some point, there's going to be a machine that'll do it.
still pretty common around here.
And without trained monkeys, well, the alternative would be to cut them down. Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing
Oh, see, that's what I've seen. I've never actually been, like, I've never been to Asia, but I've been to, like, the Caribbean where there's coconut trees, and they're always, like, what, like 15, 20 feet? Like, I've never seen a coconut tree this high.
Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing up everywhere else. And I think that's where things get kind of complicated.
They only can use the monkey in this area, cannot go other area. They'll get arrested by the police.
Really?
Yeah, because because of the, 2 or 3 years ago of the news, like the trading between Thailand and the US, I think. Yeah, they're strictly forcing the laws.
Crazy, huh? So they're really cracking down on this way of life.
Yes, and it's like just not.
The monkeys get arrested or the people? Sewer water, take a guess. Take a guess. Sewer water, gun to your head. Do you think the human's going to get arrested for leaving the area and harvesting coconuts, or the monkey?
I mean, people can do it now.
Probably the person.
Look, I get it. Monkeys are incredibly intelligent animals. It can suck to see them on a leash. Watching them work, it can make us feel uncomfortable. But is this really so different from dogs and horses and falconry? Or is it just something that's not that familiar to us? It starts to feel like this double standard, like animal labor is acceptable when it fits our Western traditions, but when it doesn't, then it's abuse.
These babies should.
Well, the weirdest thing about horse races is they're really fucking... Horses are, like, driven to the fucking brink, bro. And they're young. Like, when you see those horse racers... The only thing is, like, they have to work that hard for the first 2 years of their life. And to my knowledge, I don't even think the owners of those horses make that much money from the racing itself. Obviously, they're betting. But the money maker is when that horse is done, they just sell that horse to fuck for, like, 10 years.
Be cradled by their mothers, but they're prisoners.
The statement is by PETA, and normally I don't go with stuff that PETA says.
And in the end, this debate, I don't think it's going to matter for that much longer anyway. The new laws are already being put in place. It feels like Thailand.
Dude, that's the problem with PETA, too, is, like, they'll have things that aren't crazy, but, like, PETA gets clowned on so hard because they take offense to everything. Somebody said I missed the old PETA. That's what I'm saying. It's like, what they stand for isn't bad, but it's like, PETA will be commenting about shit that's, like, not bad a lot of the time. And so then people just clown on them.
And is ready to move on. And the old groves, they're beginning to disappear also. Bit by bit, they're getting replaced with those short, stumpy trees. Something that can be easily harvested by a machine, benefiting from the new economics.
You see these short-ass coconut trees? These are the sort of modern plantations. They don't grow high at all, and you can just pick them right away.
Yeah, humans just pick them.
And so if you feel uncomfortable...
I will say, I didn't know this existed where they could just have micro trees. I feel like they should just do this, but I do understand there's literally like thousands of acres of land of these tall-ass trees.
About this at all. Let me just reassure you that I think this is a tradition and a practice that is going to just naturally die out. Anyway, fortunately...
It's going to naturally die out because it is just less efficient. Like, it makes more sense long-term to just have fields of smaller trees that you could just have a human pick them or a machine even come by.
Or unfortunately, depending upon the way you look at it, this is the future. It's just so much easier. So I guess I'm just happy I get to document this whilst it still hangs around.
Wow. What a fun fucking video to watch. Fucked up in the beginning, too. More questionable near the end, but... What seems to be a reliable and good way to harvest will be replaced by diesel-burning machines. Makes sense to this day and age. While the monkeys untying the knots this day is really insane. No, that was the craziest part. Like, that was the most impressive thing. Was its capability to untie and crawl through knots to be able to, like, untangle itself. The new pharmacist video. We'll watch one of those another day. Slam, Jazzy, and Nas for the sub. Joe Bar Kenobi and Baz for the sub. It Got and Nas for the sub. Ned, Yito, 14K, DJ, and Zebra over the sub. Sleepy Day, H, Sloppy, Good, Zam, Z for the sub. Sketty for the 3. I guess Wendigos are scared of you, boy, because I survived the night. Oh, I forgot you were doing that. Little does Sketty know, there's a brain worm that's attached to him that's like a sleeper agent and will activate in a few days' time. Omar, Zello, Charlotte, and Ruff for the sub. Chris, Lars, Gloom, White, Moldy, and B-Dog for the sub. Burger, J-Wall, Jesus, Ras, Bell, thank you for the 2 subs. Can we play a game today? No, we did gaming yesterday. We're going to do gaming tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Today's Reacts tomorrow. S&P like 1 to 6, 1 to 7. It'll be like 5 or 6 hour stream. Sunday Reacts, maybe some gaming. Red Cross charity stream 2 at noon. Monday, S&P at 4, as well as the Minecraft tournament. Tuesday, Quarantine Zone random games. Wednesday is going to be Marvel Rivals 6v6 with a bunch of streamers into FMV game. Thursday, random games with the guys. Friday, React. Saturday, S&P into random games. I read for the 2 subs. Aetherol for the sub. Daniel, thank you for the 3. You should play Flight Sim? No. Gee, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Did you just say that? New Mr. Beast video? Not watching it. I haven't watched like the last 4 or 5 Mr. Beast videos. They haven't been interesting enough for me to react to them. We might watch the Mr. Beast Season 2, Episode 1 of the Beast games, but I checked them out. I mean, like, I didn't pre-watch them, but I clicked on the videos. The 30 celebrities
in this video,
$1 million. Like, I scrolled through it, and I was like, maybe this will be interesting. And then it's just, like, Howie Mandel and, like, a bunch of judges. Like, this doesn't seem... I don't know. Like, when I saw... This is what I saw. I was like, oh, should I watch the new Mr. Beast video? And then it's just 2 celebrities playing Rock'em Sock'em. And I was like, I just can't react to it. It's not an uninteresting watch. It's just like, what am I going to say about that? You know what I mean? Like, I like watching things that I could talk about. My brain worm is affecting my hairline. Sketty, thank you for the 3. Blump, O-Dub, and Assassin for the sub. Sketty, my hairline's fine. Trust me. Trust me, brother. Trust me. Knock on wood. Existential, thank you for the 3. Watch your videos. Wanted to recommend 2 YouTubers. First, Jacob Geller and Empleman. Send it in the video tab if you have any videos you want to watch games you want to play. Fear of the Cold by Jacob Geller. Well, thank you for the suggestions. I just don't look I don't look into suggestions while I'm streaming, and I'm not going to remember them. That's why I always say video tab. Joe Farr, thank you for the 3. Rather have a monkey or a dog pet? Dog. X, thank you for the sub. Hannah for the 3. Do a charity stream for eosinophilic diseases. I would need to look into that specifically, but I wouldn't be opposed. Right now, we have the Red Cross charity stream Sunday. Then we're doing one either the 30th of January or the 1st of February. Probably going to be a cancer charity stream then, if I had to guess. Actually, no, we're doing F Cancer in March. AHA, I'm doing something soon. So February and late February, or early February, late January, I don't really know what we're going to do yet. I'll figure that out, though. I usually get through the first this charity stream, and then I'll know, like, next week. Big and not for the sub. All right. We're matching chats donos Sundays as well. So if you donate $5, I'll match it for 5. Anyways, next. Video, chat. Lock in. Lock in. Zodiac for the sub. Why your gamer tag matters more than you think. Before we even hop in, chat, what was your OG gamer tag? What is the first gamer tag you remember? Whether it be the first gamer tag you created or your first given to you. I love talking about that. Like, what was the pre-generated Xbox or PlayStation username that you were given? Mine was like Cupid throw X or something. Something Cupid. Curly 302, Super Cam, Max I'm Dragon, Crusted, Cool Panda, Perry to Platypus, that's pretty fire. Galaxy Pup, Shadow Gamer, Evil Shark, XX Zombie Killer XX. Anything, that's like an OG gamer tag. XX something XX was like Modern Warfare 3 to Black Ops 2. Real Bedazzle, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 20 gifteds, bro. Thank you for the fucking support, bro. Thank you for the subs. Real Bedazzle, dub at the chat. T1 for the sub, XBeg and TL for the sub, FW for the sub.
Almost 50 years ago, Starfire, an arcade game designed by Ted Micon and David Rolfe, rolled into arcades.
Oh, was this the first arcade where you have to put in, like, a username?
The game was a lot like Star Wars, no relation. It saw you weaving around enemy ships and blasting them. The longer a player could last, the more points the enemy ships were worth. This game actively rewards skill, and had a novelty that definitely wasn't going to catch on. For the first time in history, when you finished a run, you signed your name and your initials.
Oh my god, but you only had 3 letters? What were people putting to cheese this? You can't put penis. You can't put boob. Ooh, no, there's a word. There's a word. No, don't say it. No.
Initials on a leaderboard. You tagged it.
Yeah, sex poo. The one that gamer tags. I feel like, dude, we should make it a thing. We should make it a thing where we all have to revert back to our given Xbox or PlayStation username, and you're not allowed to change it. It's just what it's like your name that's given to you at birth, bro. You can change it, but like with the Xbox username, it's like, no, you're stuck with it.
Many players now had to come up with nicknames, aliases, and call signs so they could hold their position on the Yeah Beavis leaderboard. And with the rise of online multiplayer games, it became essential to differentiate. How am
I would say a gamer tag is different, though, than your high score username that you put in at an arcade. You know what I mean? Like, if you play fucking pinball and you win and it's like, sign your name, you have 3 letters. Like, that's not a gamer tag.
I supposed to be feared and
because you might choose something different every time.
Respected in RuneScape when there's another Poop Butt 3 going around, sullying my reputation? Xbox solved this problem in 2002 when they tagged the name you chose for yourself as a gamer tag.
Bro, I wish I pulled up, I wish I had like a sick-ass gamer tag, man. I mean, I got the Cobbler on Marvel Rivals, but like outside of the Cupid name it gave me, bro, everything I had was just Joe Bart. Joe Bart.
That name,
Joe Bart 30. That's Roblox.
Became the standard term across
because Joe Bart 1 through 29 were taken.
All gamers lingos, and to this day is still the standard. McKay.
Tim.
How'd you get your username?
So I assume you're talking about Metroid McKay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The latter half of that is pretty self-explanatory. That's just my first name. But I think it wasn't my first gamer tag. I had some other ones when I was really young that were related to like Portal and stuff.
Your first name's McKay?
And I needed one that really stuck. And at the same time, I was like, man, I also need to find like a game that I really like. And that's when I started.
Damn, did y'all put that much thought into your usernames? Like, oh, what should I make my username? My dumb ass was just like, let me make my name. When I made my Marvel Rivals account, I made it the Cobbler because I was like, this is the first time I don't want to just have it be my name. What should I make it? And I said, let me think of something stupid. So I thought of the Adam Sandler movie, The Cobbler. And then I just made my username The Cobbler. Like, it wasn't like some like, I need to combine two different things to like one big username that's going to really encompass my personality and who I am.
Playing stuff.
Yeah, just random shit. Poop stain.
And so I decided to like, well, I've got a whole eShop on my 3DS. I'm going to see like what I can find. And I stumbled upon the Metroid series. I loved its gameplay, but it wasn't until Super Metroid that I really was like, oh, this game's like gameplay loop relates to the like entire like life philosophy that I adhere to. And
no one thinks this deep into their username, bro. What? Nobody's going, yo, like, what do I make my username? Okay, well, I need some sort of part of my name. And I'm going, oh, well, like, Metroid really encompasses what I believe philosophically. What? I'm just going, bro. That's why every time I play video games, bro, it'd be like Queefman35. The Gooner. Just some shit, bro. Most usernames are just like some cornball shit.
Thus, it just felt natural to do a Metroid.
I feel like Metroid McKay, though, that's like still, even though without the explanation, I'd be like, oh, that's a chill name. He probably just likes Metroid, you know? But with like like, damn, what's like a cringe username that like not everybody has, but like, you know, when you're playing a comp game and you see somebody with a username and you're like, nah, you're a loser, bruh. I hate when I see, I'm not saying this is a loser username. It just pisses me off when I see something kitten on it's like such a Valorant thing. Somebody said Tony Diabetes. That's Zeus's username. Yeah, I miss her. Something kitten, bro. I'm like, come on, man.
McKay, and it's a little goofy sounding with the alliteration, and it's my favorite.
XX True Gamer XX. No, anything with XX gets an OG pass. That's not cringe.
Game series for a reason, and I feel like it represents who I am, and so Metroid McKay is what I went with.
Gamer tags have developed their own
Sophie Payne
etymology with letters and combinations denoting different playstyles, histories, and cultural trends. They can be simple, profane, jokes, random stories, and they are the reason the second you join a Bed Wars match, you know if you are going to win or not. Whether or not it's random garbage.
Damn, do you think that you could tell whether or not somebody's good at video games based off their username? I feel like the shorter the username, the better they are. It's no like there's a weird in between, right? Of like unknown. A medium length username, they could be good or bad. If their username's like 4 letters or 100 letters, they're crazy. Japanese characters? Nah, bro. Motherfuckers that have Japanese characters, I deadass think I'm gonna roll them. Like, if I'm queuing Virginia servers in fucking Marvel Rivals and I hop into a game with somebody with Japanese characters as their username, I go, nah, I'm about to dick this motherfucker playing Thor. I'm gonna kill him in game. He's gonna have a terrible time.
Or thoughtful garbage, these names mean something and communicate something about you.
Gamer tag, dude, I don't even know mine. Oh, Valentine on this one. I literally named it this one because of what is it called? Oh, Cowboy Bebop. That's it. Yeah, I named it that because of Cowboy Bebop, dude.
Oh, I just made this crap up.
Why are you going on VR chat to ask people, bro? Go in like comp game. Go in a comp game. Why are we going in fucking VR chat asking Gunk in a bag why he made his name that?
I honestly don't even know.
You're telling me Gunk in a bag isn't some masterpiece of poetic imagery?
No.
I just came up with it. That's it. I just came up with it.
I think if you have like a one word and numbers, it's not like you just like, it was just like, I'm just going to throw in a username.
Your name is Swift Garlic?
That's what it was.
Your name's Swift Garlic?
I have a lot of them.
So your name's Roaring Raymundo.
Yeah.
How'd you get?
That's a pretty hard name. I like that. Roaring Raymundo. His name's probably Raymundo.
That name.
Catch up, Swift.
Your real name?
My parents.
Is something you grow into. According to research, you may physically change to fit your name. Humans have a thing called implicit egotism as well, which is an unconscious tendency to favor things or act a specific way just because of their name. Like people named Dennis or Denise are more likely to become dentists. A name, in a way, is...
Damn, bro, do you think you grow into your gamer tag? So if you have a douchebag gamer tag, you just become a douchebag when you play video games?
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy about your behaviors and physical characteristics. So just imagine what a name you chose for yourself means.
Oh, anybody with the... I mean, this is just kind of a given if you name yourself this, but like anybody in a video game that names themselves like some weird character that enables them to type a slur... they're always an asshole. They tilt, rage Q, and then AFK in games. Like if their username's just the F slur and some like weird like font or the N word.
Did you pick your tag?
Rare Potato.
Yes, sir.
I think I was playing some game on Roblox when I was a kid. There's an item called Rare Potato, and I thought that was funny.
It was love at first sight.
Oh, and then I didn't know how to spell potatoes.
Yo, hop in some CS lobbies and ask motherfuckers about their usernames, bro. Let's get off fucking Hypixel.
So I put an E at the end. And that was before I moved.
So why is your name Squishy Lemon 33? Oh, well, I really like lemons.
To Idaho.
Ooh, so now it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, exactly.
A gamer tag gives you the ability to escape as an avatar, free from labels and perceived responsibilities of real life. It's the ability to live as a new you, and I want to see if there are any trends associated with gamer tags that I can find. So I'm going to use my newly acquired college degree to survey people across many different games. I will be using several different...
What would be the best games? Minecraft, yeah. But the problem with Minecraft is like, ooh, what would be good for research purposes? Minecraft, most people just keep the username they've had. So they don't change it. So, like, if you play Minecraft, you probably have the same username you had when you were, like, 10. And you don't change it. I think CS is good. Rainbow. Some Rivals or Overwatch, a hero shooter. Because, like, you got to get people that are either going to be really nice or really asshole-ish. I think having Arc Raiders is a good one on that list.
Different metrics I came up.
Roblox. Well, Roblox limits very heavily what you're able to make your username
with, and attempting to sample around 100 gamer tags from a bunch of different games to analyze trends. I will take the username and review it myself and check to see if it's profane, a joke, readable, or just keyboard mashing, how many syllables, if it has numbers, if so, which ones, if it is slang, if it contains no...
69 in the username. Ooh, 420, that's a millennial. If you see a guy, it's either a millennial or a 12-year-old. If you see some guy with 420 something in his username, ooh, plays it? Oh, sick, man.
Alphabetical or numerical syllables. And lastly, what is its use of capital letters?
Ooh, TTV in the username. TTV in the username. That doesn't really mean anything. TTV in the username, dude, that's just like, that means they're a Twitch streamer.
So just a disclaimer, I'm not a statistician or anything. I took a couple of research classes, but it wasn't my focus or anything. So
nah, I'm going to believe everything you say with 100% accuracy.
Take it all with a grain of salt.
No, I'm going to carry this to the end of the earth.
While this isn't a large enough sample size for a low margin of error, it could still be useful for some basic insight. So once I have the data, I will take it into a pivot table and begin analyzing. Shut up, bro. This is boring.
I do have my gripe. I got to say this. I say it every time. If your Twitch username has the letters TTV in it, change it, please. I'm not going to scream. The idea of having TTV in a username is to enable people to know that they have to look up what follows, right? If your username in a game is TTV Mark 45, that would mean that your username on Twitch is not TTV Mark 45, it's just Mark 45. Because if your username is TTV Mark 45 in game and on Twitch, that means that they're going on twitch.tv TTV Mark 45. It's repetitive and pointless. Change it. Change it. TTV Faith, this is an OG. It's not an OG, Faith. It's not an OG. Your username's just fucking Faith, okay? Why is it TTV Faith? It's just Faith. Your name's Faith. Killdozer TV, that's different. If you have TV at the end of it, I'm just assuming you're like a streamer. But if it's TTV something, bro. Let's peep some of these. I Pop Freddy, Greasy Italian. Gold star for that guy. Ryby, Troy. It's just a lot of regular, like, these are some boring usernames, you know. Ender Gamer _101. That bro has had that since he was like 8. Jimmy Boy 69. Dud.
First, I surveyed Minecraft, or more specifically, the Minecraft server Hypixel. I couldn't really find a way to randomly select usernames out of a pool of all the players who have Minecraft, but I figured I would treat this as
It would be cool if he compared the usernames of people that pay for ranks versus the free-to-play chuds.
Minecraft, but I figured I would treat this as if I was walking around on the street and just asking people their names. I grabbed the names of the first 100 people I ran
Oh my god, I thought that's in Not Souls. I was gonna say that guy's in my SMP.
First 100 people I ran
It was no soy fawns.
across. It's not a perfect system because each lobby could have an unwanted variable in the data, but it's the best we're gonna do for the time being. But I found some cool information. Based on my findings, if a Minecraft tag contains a number, there's a 20% chance it is the number 2. The distribution...
What? 8 is only used 2.35% of the time. If there's a number, there's a 20% chance it's a 2. I think that reasoning is that if the username you have is taken, you go, okay, well, 1's probably going to be taken, so I'm just going to go 2.
Of numbers
like 1, 2, and 3 being the top doesn't surprise me.
Is also very interesting. Minecraft usernames are also on average 4 syllables and usually contain both capital and lowercase letters. My favorite gamer tag I found was Horseboy Roid Rage. So if you're watching this, Horseboy, I would love to hear the story. Next, I wanted to take a look at Counter-Strike, but this time I wanted to look for something a bit more specific than I did with Minecraft.
All right, so when I went on Counter-Strike, it seems that the majority, 40% of usernames, had some variation of a racial slur in their username.
I wanted to see if someone's gamertag could predict their ranking, so I painstakingly,
even more surprisingly, those guys were the highest ranks in the game.
Painstakingly inputted data by analyzing the Premier leaderboard and found some very interesting things. Usernames that have no capital letters or only capital letters perform significantly better than gamer tags with a mix of the two. On average, usernames who stick to only one case of letters ranked about 1,000 places higher on the leaderboard than those without. Now, do I think capital letters are gonna magically make you better at Counter-Strike? Maybe. One possible explanation is the age of the accounts. It's possible older accounts on average were more conforming to either one case due to popular naming conventions of that time, and as such, players with more experience may be remnants of that age. Another explanation that I think might be a bit more fun to consider is that this commitment to the case of letters comes from a player's general attitude. Many of the greatest players followed this naming.
Wow. All lowercase. Shiro Simple, Donk, Deeg, Dank, Smooya.
Habit, and by emulating them with your gamer tag, perhaps you're emulating them in other.
I was saying that earlier, like when we started the video. I think the more simplistic the username, the scarier it is to play that person. Like one that I always see, bro, if you hop into a lobby and you're going against a guy named Nico, N1CO, you're cooked. That guy's killing your ass. He no-lifes that fucking game. Like, if you go against a 4-letter name, bro, oh no.
Other ways, like through studying or mimicking their play.
Just a first name. First name, but it's got to be one that's like, yo, like, I'd be scared to go against a Nico. I wouldn't be scared to go against a Bob. Like, going against Bob, like, you know, or like Robert. Gotta be a more intimidating name.
Style. Now, I can't prove this for a fact, nor will I try to, but as a professor of mine once said, there's always a story within data, and maybe this is that story. Alright, how did you get your username, Worm Pimple?
Oh, Worm Pimple.
Let me tell ya. 7th grade, lunch, 12th, maybe? No, it doesn't matter. I was outside with the old friendos, right after it rained. It was raining all day. Lunch cleared up, we went outside. Worms littered all over the cement. Of course, I had this nasty pimple covered with a pimple patch. It's big and it was like one of those really sore hurting ones. I took off the patch because it was really itchy, right? We found a big fat worm and we popped it with said worm. We wrapped.
What? They grabbed a worm and popped his pimple with the worm?
It is disgusting, and it got horribly infected. Like,
yeah. You put a worm on an open wound.
2 days later. It was horrible.
Wait, you put the worm around?
Oh, that's weird. That goes against, like, Robert F. Kennedy. I used to lick worms to aid my immunity system.
Your pimple?
You got horribly infected. You don't know the weirdest part about it all?
What?
None of that happened. I was
oh, you fucker. I was going to say, there's no way that's real. He just made that shit worm pimple because he couldn't think of a name.
Gosh, yeah.
Did you make that thing all up right now?
I did.
I was like, that is the most disgusting, cruel thing you could do to a creature.
No. No.
My gamertag has been an interesting thing that has changed a lot over the years. When I was a lot younger, me and my cousin came up with Mimit, which is an anagram of Timmy.
Didn't Post Malone make his username that because of like a random name generator or something? I wonder how many people do that for like gamer tags. Well, I know his last name's Post. How did he get his name? He entered his last name Post into an online rap name generator. So Post Malone is just... He didn't even come up with that. That shit was just off Google. Malone. Why did it give him Malone?
Then, when I started getting into the competitive Smash Brothers scene, I wanted something really cool. And of course, I can't
do it for you. Well, dude, Bartolozzi, I'm going to use my last name, rap name generator. You fucking kidding me? This shit's going to suck. Your favorite TV character, bro? Who cares? Your first name, Joe. Generate. Unable to check name. Okay, well, I guess I'll go fuck myself. Rap name generator. Let's just ask ChatGPT. Give me a rap name that is associated with the name. I'm going to say Bart. Bart Tactical, Lil Barto, Bartzilla, Dark Bart, Bartek Flow, Bart Savage, Neon Bart, and BART, Born After Real Truth. Bro. Those names sucked ass. What is better? Fair enough. Let's level this up. Here are stronger, cleaner, more rap-ready names tied to Bart. Less gimmicky, more believable on a track or flyer. Bart Flow, Young Bart, Bart Nice, Bart Major, Bart Stone, Bart Supreme, Bart Real, Bart Don, Bart Noir. I like Bart Noir. That shit sounds like I'd create the worst track ever.
Came up with
Bart Noir.
This is really embarrassing. Paniac. But at my first Smash Brothers tournament, the announcer mispronounced it as Picnic. And that's when my somewhat
Paniac is kind of a hard-ass username, dude. What?
Current gamer tag of Picnic Basket arose like a phoenix.
Oh, gay furry dev.
Out of the ashes of a barf-worthy name. Barf-worthy would be a pretty good gamer tag. Each of these names became an identity in the different spaces and times of my life. And even their care and reasoning reflected where I was at that point. And that's what a gamer tag is. It's a name you choose for yourself to show who you are going to be in this digital landscape. And that's something that I think is pretty special. So comment your gamer tag below. I'd love to hear the story.
Oh, no.
Was there a reason? Was it random? Was it just something that got stuck on by your parents or whatever? Is it a secret alter ego that you evade every day hoping you won't become? Or was it just keyboard mashing? I want to hear it, because I can't be the only one with the embarrassment of Paniac. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked the video, feel free.
I don't think Paniac's that bad. My username gets me banned. Orphan Slayer. Oof. I'm screwed if malaria is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yo, you know a scary ass username? Make your username the Black Plague. I'd be like, oh fuck. That guy's either gonna be bronze or fucking SSL. You're going against the Black Plague in Rocket League. I'd be like, this guy's gonna kill me. He hops on the mic. I took out 40% of Europe. And now I'm gonna take out 40% of the lobby. No more, no less. Historically accurate. I'd be like, then he dies off rep. All right. Giddy for the sub. Peanut and York for the sub. It's thank you for the 3. 2 years sober after ODing in my bedroom floor. You got me out of that dark hole. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, man. I'm glad you're still here. I hope you're okay. Love you, man. Thank you. Kane, thank you for the 3. On topic of bad usernames, when I was young and I went by Tentacle Bone. Stayed that way until I got to middle school. Why did you make your username Tentacle Bone? Tank and Sai for the sub, Yam for the 3. I Happy Mum. Silver, thank you for the 10 gifteds. I'm sorry I missed that. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Red and Drin for the sub. Kim, thank you for the 3. What is this? What does that mean for me and my username? What? Your username Kim Jong-un? Esteban and Prex for the sub. Sleazy for the 3. Left for the sub. Clap for the 3. Or for the 5. I only need like $5. Can you donate? You just sent me $5. No. Why didn't you just donate to your own fundraiser? Why did you give me $5? Joe, thank you for the 3. Would you play 99 Nights in the... No. Jitties, thank you for the 3. Username used to be Ballbag Berry. M and Tom for the sub. Matt and Aries. Anna, Juicy for the sub. Some for the 3. Someone clip it is pretty cringe. Jesus and RGT, thank you for the sub. Jesus Plub and Bright for the sub. Scatty for the 3. Birthday a couple years ago. I was first place and I was high as fuck. Making my profile. I was eating spaghetti. That's where Sketty Nudes comes from. Oh, really? Because you're eating spaghetti. Aries for the sub. Joe, thank you for the 3. I'm at McDonald's right now. Cool. I'm Barton Crispy for the sub. Not for the 5 gifted. It's and Pretty for the sub. Snake Twan Manji for the sub. The Real, thank you for the 20 gifteds. I think I already said that. X and Big, thank you for the sub. Ian for the sub. Jazz for the sub. All right. Next video, but I gotta piss first, chat. SJD, thank you for the sub as well. I have to piss. Count me down. All right. Lock in, chat. Lock in. W vape break. Yeah, I was just fucking chiefing that shit in the bathroom, bro. Chiefing it. Hold up. Un momento, chat. Sorry. My editor sent me a video. I have to write a note for myself to pay him. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, I'll play music while I'm doing this. Fire song right now. L music, bro. Hold up. All right, hold up. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Lock in, we're back. Stars and Dale for the sub, Chew and Baller for the sub, Chick for the sub, Silver for the 3. Have you played the Silent Hill 2 remake? No. And I probably will not. Sorry. Chick for the sub, Silver for the 3. Einan SJ for the sub, Silver for the 3. Chaz for the sub, Caden for the 3. Dad for the sub, Gary for the 3. Dinner to the Bartinator was such a country fan. Star and Dale for the sub. I'm not that big of a country fan, but I do listen to basically all music. Anyways, chat, next video. Nord, thank you for the 3. 2026 is my year. I'm going to quit vaping, but vape still isn't burnt. If you pronounce my name correctly the first time, I'll put it in a glass of water right now. Otherwise, I'm going to finish this one and quit anyways. Nordstrom. It's Nordstrom. Nordstromis. Nordstromice. Oh, here's my name. Oh, not your username. Your name's Michaela. Mishaela. Michaela. How else would you pronounce that? Dad for the sub, Richie, and Dad for the sub. What's the song name, bro? Fishing in the Dark. You want to know a fire country song, chat? Tell me if you think this shit's heat. Already peaked, bro. We're not going through songs right now. This and we're next video. That shit's fire, bro. What? Oh my God, what was that one fucking... Yo, I am deadass gonna learn this song. I'm getting an electric guitar at some point this year, and I'm learning this song. Yo, I feel like that's such a badass thing, dude. Learning the electric guitar. Crip G and Brad for the sub, down for the sub. All right, next video. Next video. What's the name of that song? Oh, 115. It's a Call of Duty song. I'm pretty sure it's from Zombies. It's like a Screamo song. Anyways, Demon for the sub. How every serial killer was caught, lock in.
John Wayne Gacy's reputation as a respected member of the community and part-time clown was about to crumble and lead to one of the darkest discoveries in American history. In December,
I feel like John Wayne Gacy, in hindsight, was like not one of the most obvious serial killers, but like, my God, dude, he dressed up as a clown and hid people under his floorboards. What the fuck?
For 1978, Elizabeth Peast immediately knew something was wrong. Her 15-year-old son, Robert, had gone out to talk to a local businessman about a summer job. Robert never came home. The businessman's name was John Wayne Gacy. The police tracked down Gacy quickly.
Did he do that? Did he do that with everyone? What the fuck? How did he kill that many people? He gave a kid his business card, and the kid told his mom, and then he was just like, all right, well, he's missing. He wants to go see this guy.
And investigators started digging and discovered he'd served time in Iowa for attacking a teenage boy. They also learned that several missing young men in the area had last been seen heading toward Gacy or working for him. So a judge approved.
I always wonder, though, like, this situation that made him get caught and then they found like the 30 bodies or whatever, do you think that if that hadn't happened, nobody would have ever known? Like, do you think those bodies would have just sat under his house till he died? I feel like at some point, bro, they would have figured that shit out. Was he gay? A lot of serial killers, a lot of historic serial killers would go after young men. John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer.
A search warrant for Gacy's home. In
other ones, I don't know. There's probably going to be other people on this list.
Inside, detectives found clothing that didn't belong to him.
Why, though? I mean, serial killers largely would go after people that weren't going to be looked for. And, I mean, it might be like a fantasy thing. I don't know. But it's also like they would go after... A lot of serial killers would kill prostitutes or young men. Because they like I think Jeffrey Dahmer would go to like gay bars and then kill young men.
Identification belonging to other young men and a strange smell seeping from the crawl space. That wasn't enough for an arrest, so they put him under 24-hour surveillance while they built their case and got another warrant. This time what they found was horror beyond imagination. Following the smell, they looked more closely into that crawl space. There, they discovered human remains. Then more remains, and more after that. Eventually, they would recover 29 bodies from the home. Gacy was arrested on December 22nd, 1978.
Didn't he have a wife? I feel like so many of these serial killers are like married and their partner like didn't know. And I'm like, how did you not know? How did you not know that your husband was shoving people under floorboards? Or like Ted Bundy. Like Ted Bundy didn't kill his wife, but he would kill other random women that he would like come across and murder. But like she didn't know.
He eventually
I'm not like accusing her that she knew. I'm saying like, how the fuck did they hide that? Like, you live with this person.
Confessed, though he tried to claim an alter ego named Jack had committed the crimes. He also later drew maps of where bodies were buried in his crawl space, numbering them like a grotesque inventory. The trial was a media circus, perfect for a clown like Gacy. He was found guilty and sentenced to the ultimate punishment. Jeffrey Dahmer.
Bro, I feel like getting sentenced to death is not as bad as life in prison. I know it's more like comforting in the sense of like, okay, get this fucking guy out of here. But I feel like that's like an easy way out, bro. Like, living in jail, bro, being in prison sucks. Like, I mean, maybe some people like it, but I feel like he died in prison. Well, yeah. Or well, he might have died. Being on death row doesn't mean you're going to die from lethal execution necessarily, especially if you're old. I don't know how old he was when he got sentenced, but depending on the state, even now specifically, if you get put on death row in states where it's still legal, you might be on death row for like 20 years.
Reign of terror ended not through...
Bro, Jeffrey Dahmer's... I remember hearing that Jeffrey Dahmer would have people constantly question him, and he said that he, like, butchered his own meat or something, and that's why it fucking smelled like dead bodies. Like, he would give the worst excuses, and people would just be like, okay.
Brilliant detective work, but because one man refused to have his life taken. On July 22nd, 1991, around...
Well, that, Jeffrey Dahmer, dude, Jeffrey Dahmer would also... I don't know about every serial killer, but I know about, like... I've watched documentaries about, like, you know, the fucking most notable ones. Jeffrey Dahmer used to try and make people, like, sex slaves. Like, he would, like, drill holes. He would drug them, but then he wouldn't kill them immediately. He would, like, drill holes in their brain and, like, put liquid in their, like, certain chemicals in their brain to try and, like... I don't know, fucking put them in some sort of zombie state where they would, like, listen to him or some shit. Yeah, it was like acid. I don't know. I gotta Google that. What would he do? What did Jeffrey Dahmer do to make people, quote, zombies? Yeah, he tried to make sex slaves who would not leave him by performing lobotomies on his victims and drill holes into their skulls and inject hydrochloric acid in boiling water into their brain to render them permanently unconscious but alive. And then his dad, bro, I remember I saw one where he had a box with a head in it. And his dad was like, what the fuck's that? And it was closed. And he was like, Dad, don't open the box. Like, open it tomorrow. And the dad was like, okay. And then he got rid of it. But there was a head in the box. And he didn't know. And they talk about it in an interview, like, years later after he was caught. And he was like, yeah, there was, like, a human head in that box.
Midnight in Milwaukee, 2 police officers spotted a man running down the street with handcuffs dangling from his wrist. Tracy Edwards was frantic, terrified, and begging for help. He said a freak had tried to restrain him in a nearby apartment. Edwards led the officers to the location, apartment 213. A calm, polite, blonde man answered the door, Jeffrey Dahmer. He tried to explain the situation away as a misunderstanding between drinking buddies. Okay, fine, but the officers needed that key to the handcuffs, so they stepped inside. As one officer walked toward the bedroom, he noticed a number of Polaroid photographs scattered in an open drawer. The photos showed Dahmer's victims in various stages of his crimes. The officer froze, then said to his partner, "These are for real." Dahmer realized it was over. He tried to fight the officers, but wasn't used to attacking sober victims, so they handily pinned him down. This time, Dahmer was the one in handcuffs. What they found...
Bro, I'm happy they caught him there because there's so many instances where, like, I talked about this before with, like, Ted Bundy, dude. They would have him, and they'd be like, oh, it's that guy, but they didn't know, like, his name. They just, like, saw his face, and he would just, like, jump out of a window and run away. Or they'd pull him over in a car, and he would have, like, a body in the trunk, and he would just be like, hey, yeah, no, just on a drive. And he would match the description, and they would just let him go.
Next was beyond comprehension. A victim's head in the refrigerator, 3 more in the freezer, various other body parts stored in a filing cabinet.
That's crazy he let them in his house. I mean, maybe they had, like, reasonable enough, like, maybe he wouldn't be able to deny them entry. But, like, did he think that he would let them in the house, give them the key, and then they would just leave?
Photographs documented everything. Dahmer initially denied it all, but began confessing after several hours of interrogation once detectives confronted him with the mountain of evidence.
And it's really weird, too. It's like they initially try to hide it, but then they'll brag about it later on. Like, a lot of the time, the serial killers will try to keep it under wraps. But then once it's like, all right, well, I'm going to go to jail, they'll be like, okay, let me tell you everything. and then they'll just fucking ramble about how they would kill the people.
Someone so obsessed with preserving things, he never expected the chilling truth would thaw that day.
Okay, can we stop with, like, this how it's made ass voice right now? Like, what is this cringe ass shit right now? Joe, I've been banned for 4 years, tuned to their streams. I decided to attempt to get unbanned my username in the future. I got banned for saying that's racist. It was dumb as fuck, unban me. I don't know what your username was. Quick for the 3. Can we watch something on Bohemian Grove? Send it in the video search tab. Bosco for the sub. Black, thank you for the 6 gifted. It's Kobe. Pop and Xander for the sub. Foley, PSD, The Pizza, Mister for the sub. Malibu for the 3. If you want to learn guitar, please start on the easier song. You're going to have a hardest time, I'm telling you. Oh, I wouldn't learn that first. Demon for the 3. Kept on G and Bread for the sub. Dove for the sub. Nord for the 3. All right, lock in.
In the summer of 1985, the Night Stalker was breaking into homes in the dead of night, attacking people in their beds with brutal, random violence. The attacks had no pattern, different neighborhoods, different types of victims, different methods. The randomness made him nearly impossible for police and the public to predict. Then, detectives caught a break. They spotted the same shoe print at multiple crime scenes. This confirmed they were after one attacker. Then they caught another break, this time bigger. At one crime scene, investigators found a...
Bro, what's so disturbing, and I know it's like obviously so many of these serial killers were in the 1970s and 60s and 80s where they were able to like get away with this because lack of modern technology and like, you know, police forensics and other information that they have available now. But like even, you know, if you weren't like some sadistic torturer and you just wanted to straight up kill people, like if you were alive in this set in the 1960s, you could just like drive town to town in the middle of the night, wait until somebody's outside of their house and shoot them in the head, and then just drive off. And they would never catch you.
Single fingerprint on a car that the perpetrator had stolen. That print was matched
because they're not going to track the bullet, and then you just ditch the gun.
To Richard Ramirez, a 25-year-old drifter with a record.
Yes, they would. Brother. I have had this conversation so many times. Getting away with murder was so fucking scarily easy in, like, the 60s.
For the first time.
Or, like, way before. Like, even, like, more specifically, like, the 1800s. Like, back when people would duel. Like, you could just kill somebody and walk away, and if there wasn't a direct witness, it's over.
Investigators had a face and a name. Police released Ramirez's mugshot to the media on August 30th. His photo was plastered on the front of every newspaper in California. That same morning, Ramirez was in Arizona, completely unaware he'd been identified back in Cali. When he took a Greyhound bus back home and got off in East LA, he saw his own face staring back at him from a newspaper rack. El Matón, the Spanish-language newspaper read, "The Killer." Ramirez panicked and ran. Ramirez jumped a fence into someone's backyard and then tried to drag a woman out of her car. Her husband didn't approve. And
I feel like the thing with, like, prints, whenever they talk about fingerprints, with, like, crime shows specifically, it's like fingerprints are useless unless you've been fingerprinted. You know what I mean? Like, unless you've previously committed a crime or gotten fingerprinted to be, like, a teacher or get a gun license or, like, a variety of other things. If you're not on the print record, that's not doing anything. It would match you to the crime if they find you. But, like, if you've never been printed, it doesn't matter. Family member? I don't know if family member prints align, do they? Wood for the sub, iron for the 3. I'm addicted to talking to AI chatbots, and I want to stop, but I don't know how. I've tried deleting the app, and it always leads me back to downloading. Got any ideas? No. Delete them? What do you mean? Just stop talking. I'm not, like, I don't want to, like, undermine your addiction to talking to AI chatbots, but I don't understand your addiction. Like, you like having conversations with, like, ChatGPT or, like, Grok or something? What do you mean? Marshmallow Cart, Casper, and Ice for the sub. Cam and Wood for the sub. Pop and Quack, thank you for the 3.
Went after Ramirez with a metal bar. He ran again. He tried to steal another car, but the owner grabbed him and they fought. Ramirez broke free and ran into a nearby neighborhood. Now people were shouting, pointing, and chasing. El Maton ran again. More neighbors joined in the chase. One man grabbed Ramirez and held him. Others piled on, hitting him with pipes, fists, whatever they had. By the time police arrived just minutes later, an angry mob had the Night Stalker pinned to the—
Holy fuck, dude. That seems like some shit out of fucking Michael Myers. The whole town just started attacking him.
ground. Deputies had to protect Ramirez from being torn apart.
Oh, yeah, dude. They probably would have killed him.
Save me, save me. The Night Stalker was screaming as police dragged him away and put him in jail for the rest of his life. His nights of stalking had come to an end. For years, Eileen Wuornos trusted—
Hold up. I gotta ban that kid. Yo, toss it back in sub only, bro. Every time I take it out, it's just dog shit. Brody, thank you for the 3. What's your favorite show? Don't really have one. Z and Camo for the sub. Wood for the sub.
no one until
Eileen Wuornos?
she trusted the wrong person. And that mistake, Eileen Wuornos—
Oh, I've heard of her. Wouldn't she... Oh, my God. And maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. Wouldn't she pretend to be a prostitute and then kill men that would pick her up?
Eileen Wuornos trusted no one until she trusted the wrong person. And that mistake was what finally brought her down. In 1990, bodies kept appearing along Florida highways.
Yeah.
6 middle-aged men, all taken out with a .22, all found in the woods. Their cars gone. Their wallets empty. Then, investigators got the break they needed. Police found the car of one of the victims wrecked and abandoned, with a fingerprint on the wheel and a palm print inside. The prints led them to Eileen Wuornos, a 34-year-old pleasure worker, and her trusted friend, Tyria Moore. Then came another break. Detectives noticed something odd when looking into pawn shop records. Florida law required thumbprints for every transaction. The items belonging to victims kept showing
Oh my God, kept getting pawned off.
up, pawned by 2 women using fake names. But the thumbprints required—
Bro, I recently learned how certain pawning doesn't mean selling. Like, if you go to a pawn shop and I'm like, hey, I want to pawn this chain, they'd be like, you could sell it to us for $6K or pawn it for $4,500. And if you pawn it, you basically are like, they're giving you money and they're taking your chain as collateral. They're giving you a loan and you could get it back. Pawn shops will still buy your shit. But like, bro, and I know you guys are calling me an idiot. I grew up watching Pawn Stars. And Pawn Stars, they would just buy and sell stuff. So I always assumed that pawn shops were just places you would go sell stuff. I didn't know that you could go and be like, hey, I'm going to pawn this. You're going to give me less money, but it's basically just a loan that I have to pay back with interest in a certain amount of time, or you'll keep it. And then they profit. They either profit on the loan or they profit on the collateral. So either way, they're safe.
for pawn shop transactions, those were real. The prints led them to Eileen Wuornos. Moore, terrified she'd go to prison for something she didn't do, and overwhelmed by the whole situation.
So why not just sell it if you want to keep the item? Because you got to keep in mind, pawn shops are places where, like, people are going in times of need if they need money. So if I'm like, damn, I need money, I don't want to sell this chain, but I need the money right now, they'd buy this chain for $6, but pawn it for $4. So if they buy it, I'm not getting it back. But if they pawn it for $4, I could pay them back $4,200, and then they'll just give me my chain back.
Situation, eventually agreed to cooperate with the police. She called Eileen repeatedly, asking her to come clean. Each call was recorded. Then, finally, on January 9th, 1991, after days of emotional pressure, Wuornos broke. She told Moore she would confess so Moore wouldn't be blamed. Hours later, police arrested Wuornos at the Last Resort Bar in Volusia County. She didn't resist or try to run.
Volusia.
She simply said she was ready to talk. And she did. describing what happened during each encounter in startling detail, talking herself right into a jail cell. Bodies started appearing.
I mean, that was just stupid, right? Talking herself right into a jail cell. Like, she didn't know. Like, she knew she was going to prison. She was just getting it over with. I feel like I don't know any of these other people. Who the hell is Gary Ridgway?
In 1982 along the Green River near Seattle. By 1984, the count was over a
My God, dude, it was all in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
dozen and climbing. Police knew they had a serial offender and interviewed hundreds of men, but no solid leads, no witnesses, nothing. But one name kept coming back: Gary Ridgway. Ridgway seemed ordinary, quiet, married, the kind of man neighbors waved to without thinking twice. When investigators first spoke with him in 1983, he played the part perfectly. Polite, calm, even helpful. He even agreed to take a polygraph, passed it, and walked away.
Yeah, because polygraphs are pieces of shit and they suck. That's why they're not used in courts of law. And every time you see a polygraph video, it's probably either faked or even if it's real, it's probably wrong.
But the Green River Task Force didn't forget him. Years passed.
Because if polygraph tests were definitively accurate, there's no reason to have like court proceedings for a lot of things. It's just like, hey, did you kill him? No. Okay.
Then in the
military uses them because it's more accurate than guessing, but it's not like definitive. Like, they're wrong a lot.
early 2000s.
How do polygraphs even work? You get hooked up to it and there's a needle that like constantly scribbles, and as they ask you questions, usually when you're lying, it'll start going more sporadically in a non-regulated way. So they usually ask you to get like a I guess like a neutral point. They'll ask you a bunch of obviously true statements like, hey, what's your name? Is your name Joe? Did you grow up here? What do you like this? And it's just like, yes, 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 no, 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 yes. And then they ask you serious questions.
Technology finally caught up. DNA profiling advanced enough for cold cases to be retested. So the Washington State Crime Lab took evidence from several Green River victims and ran it through new DNA analysis. The results pointed straight to one man, Gary Ridgway. On November 30th, 2001, detectives pulled Ridgway over outside the truck plant where he worked. He didn't run, fight, or even look surprised. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Ridgway simply said, "You got me for the girls." Forensic DNA linked him to 4 victims immediately.
He didn't even ask why he was being arrested. He was just like, oh, here it is.
Fibers from his workplace connected him to others. Everything investigators spent decades chasing finally locked into place. Ridgway confessed to taking dozens of lives, but really his DNA had already done most of the talking. In the summer of 1977, New York was living.
Dude, it's so weird. It's like I don't know if this is relatable. Like, I recognize this guy's face, but I have no idea who David Berkowitz is. I know this Ed Kenny guy that's pulling up. Who the fuck is David Berkowitz? Like, these are all familiar faces. Like, I've seen these serial killers before, but like outside of like Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, I did know the woman.
1977, New York was living in fear. A man calling himself the...
What year was it?
New York.
Why is this in the 70s? 70s, 80s. 70s, 80s.
York was living in fear. A man calling himself the Son of Sam was moving through quiet boroughs at night, targeting couples in parked cars and leaving taunting notes for police. Detectives had almost nothing. No reliable identification and no forensic evidence solid enough to point to a suspect. But then a parking ticket changed everything. On July 31st, the
oh my God, was it a handwriting or something?
Son of Sam struck again, this time in Brooklyn. A witness had seen a creepy guy angrily ripping a parking ticket off his car just blocks from the crime days earlier. And when she heard bang bangs on the 31st, she realized the locations matched. Her statement sent detectives searching traffic records for every parking ticket issued near that time and place. And they found a name: David Berkowitz. Officers quietly waited outside his apartment when Berkowitz walked out of his building on August 10th, 1977.
Yeah, NYPD just started tackling that motherfucker. When I was in New York, dude, I walked down this one alleyway. There were no lie 75 police officers. 75 police officers just standing there. They had like some meeting or something. I was like, yo, what is going on? You know when you're not even, okay, is this relatable? You're not even doing anything wrong, bro. When I walk past them, stand up straight. I had a cart in my pocket. I'm like, weed's legal here. I'm just like, hello? Have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Detectives
like,
approached
freak out a
with
little
their
bit.
weapons drawn. Berkowitz smirked, almost like he had been expecting it, and said, well, you got me. What took you so long? Inside his car,
Good day, gentlemen.
Police found a duffel bag containing a weapon, maps, and letters written in the same style as the Son of Sam notes. At the station, Berkowitz confessed almost immediately. He claimed he was being pressured by a supernatural presence, and a voice coming from his neighbor's dog was giving him sinister commands from the demon world. Sounds pretty crazy, huh? Well, Berkowitz did later admit to making it all up to appear mentally unstable. Woof. The first time...
Well, okay, I want to say, like, I feel like when you plea insanity, like, it's just mental instability. Because it's like, serial killers are insane. But, like, they're just, like, sadistic insane. It's not, like, insane like they don't know what reality is.
Ed Kemper confessed.
So I feel like I always get confused when it's like, oh, he wanted to seem insane. Well, he is fucking insane. He just kills people. Like, he enjoys killing people. That's insane. But it's like, it's not insane in the sense of like, okay, now you get out of the crime.
Nobody believed him. For months in 1972 and 73, young women kept disappearing around Santa Cruz, California. Hitchhiking college students were vanishing without a trace. Despite multiple bodies being found, detectives had no suspect, no surviving victims, and no idea who the co-ed killer was. The case was going cold, and investigators were grasping for leads. Then, everything changed on April 23, 1973, in a way no one expected. The police received a call from a man claiming he wanted to turn himself in. The voice on the line said, "I'm Ed Kemper. I've done some terrible things." The officer on the
Okay, well, this isn't how every serial killer was caught. He just turned himself in.
phone thought it was a prank. Kemper was friendly with local cops. He'd hung out at a police bar and talked shop with them about ongoing cases. They knew him as a big, gentle guy interested in law enforcement. They had no idea that Big Ed was the co-ed killer. Kemper had to call back multiple times, insisting, practically begging them to arrest him. Finally, detectives...
Bro, what? So you would call the first time and be like, yo, I'm the guy that killed everybody. And they're like, come on, Ed. You're pulling my leg. I'll see you at the bar later. Hangs up on him.
realized the truth. Kemper...
you're doing a prank call, aren't you?
...wasn't joking. When they finally confronted him in person, Kemper didn't resist. He didn't demand a lawyer and didn't try to negotiate. He simply described everything, step by step, as if he'd been waiting for someone to listen. And now they were all ears. Dennis Rader got away with his crimes for 31 years.
Wow.
Then his ego wrote a check his technology skills couldn't cash. Between 1974 and 1991, someone was terrorizing Wichita, Kansas. 10 people were gone, including 4 members of one family. The assailant sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, describing his crimes in detail, calling himself BTK. Then, in 1991, he just stopped, went silent. The case went cold. Then suddenly, in 2004, after over a decade of silence, Rader made a mistake that destroyed everything for him. It began when a local newspaper ran a story questioning whether BTK was even still alive. Rader couldn't resist the
Well, and that pissed him off, so he was like, yeah, I'm still here.
attention. He took it personally, almost like a challenge. So he wrote back.
Yo, put this shit in fucking... Wait, actually, no. We keep it in sub only too much. We keep that shit in sub... dude, I don't know. There's just some shit-ass chatters, bro. No. Do we put it in sub only? Bro, I'm just banning spammers and people just saying stupid shit. Sub only mode. For right now. We'll try again in a little bit. 2 a.m. Thank you for the 1,500 biddies. Last name's Kepler. Her sister goes to college in Santa Cruz. Whenever she says her last name, she gets dirty looks. Because people like think that she's related. Kevin and Monkey for the sub. Galaxy for the sub. 1M for the 5. 18. I was gonna go look for a job. Kind of stuck. Recently got diagnosed with a rare disease called MCAS. Basically, don't know what to do. Going somewhere for help because of my hopelessness. Because of my hopeless thoughts. Any advice you could give me? Well, I'm sorry that you got diagnosed with MCAS. I don't really know what that is, if I'm being honest. So sorry, but, I mean, I don't really know what advice I could give you, man. I'm sorry. D-Work for the sub. Ryder and 1 Noah for the sub. Blaine, Gasser, and Talk for the sub. Rack. Broad plus, Vibe, Carmel, and Anonymous for the sub. Monica, The for the sub. Ad and Mr. for the sub. The Dim, It's Saloon, DTW for the sub. Lock in.
He began
Gamer for the sub.
Sending packages again. Letters, puzzles, maps, souvenirs. Police couldn't track him. He was careful, cautious, and old school. He left no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing traceable. Investigators feared Wichita's most notorious predator was about to start again. Then Rader asked the question that brought him down. In one letter, he asked detectives, can a floppy disk be traced? Be honest. Police, desperate to keep him...
Oh my god, didn't we hear that? Oh my god, what were we watching when somebody asked that shit? They call and they're like, yeah, are floppy disks trackable? And they're like, no.
Wichita's most notorious...
But they fucking are.
Notorious predator was about to start again. Then Rader asked the question that brought him down. In one letter, he asked detectives, can a floppy disk be traced? Be honest. Police.
Why would he ask them that? That's what I don't understand. Like, this guy's so maniacal and smart to hide himself for 20 years. But he letters it -BTK, actively admitting he's the serial killer, and goes, are floppy disks trackable? Like, they're not going to lie to his face.
Desperate to keep him talking, lied and said no, it would be safe. It wasn't. I'm not sure why he would ask the people trying to put him in jail for the past 3 decades. Anyway, on February 16th, 2005, BTK sent a purple Memorex floppy disk to a local TV station. The cybercrimes unit cracked it within hours. Hidden in the disk's metadata was a name, Dennis, and a location, Christ Lutheran Church, Park City, Kansas. A quick search told investigators everything they needed to know. The church council president was a man named Dennis Rader, married, 2 kids, a Boy Scout leader, completely ordinary. Police quietly began surveillance. His daughter had years earlier submitted a medical DNA sample, and investigators were able to obtain a comparison from the lab. It matched biological evidence from old BTK cases. That was it. BTK wasn't a ghost. He was the church guy down the street, and he had turned himself in with a floppy disk. On February 25th, 2005, police pulled Rader over while he was heading home for lunch. When detectives arrested...
Dude, what a freaky... Like, what do you think, like, the fucking kids, like, experience is there? Like, you're just, like, with your dad. Maybe you think he's a little weird, but, like, not that crazy. Like, you know, not the crazy to the point where, like, they're like, yeah, your dad killed 10 people and, like, stuffed their bodies in, like, boxes 20 years ago. And he brags about it to the police. Like, baffled? I feel like more than baffled. Like, that would feel surreal. Why are there only like 200 people in chat? We're in sub only. We could take it out, but every time you take it out, chat's horrible. Side for the sub, Mining, and Gwig for the sub, Coy, Austin, Vic for the sub, Professor for the sub.
Arrested him for BTK. Rader sighed, paused, and said, oh, I guess I know why. Samuel Little was the most prolific serial killer in American history, and he almost got away with it. Almost.
It's like it's so dog. Yo, chat, real quick. We're gonna press play in about 10 seconds, but like, I don't want to keep putting it in sub-only mode. Be normal, right? And then we could keep it, you know, it'll be more Spanish, but like it'll stay. You just be normal, you know. Dying over the 3. Talking about my brother, I want to let you know he passed away 5 hours of being resuscitated. He was 25. Rip in the chat, man. I'm sorry for your loss, dude. I hope you and your family are okay, man. Genuinely, I'm sorry for your loss. Sidon has ball over the sub, not for the 3. Love you, Ray. Such an inspiration. Really put a different perspective on life for me, but I think it's good for me if I just sit and think about my choice on whether or not if I should do it. Truly hope you continue having a great, prosperous life. Love, Lyndon. Well, Lyndon, I'm going to keep telling you, man, I don't think there's a reason to sit and think about it. I don't think killing yourself is the solution to your problems. It is a permanent solution for a temporary problem. Please get help.
For decades, Samuel Little drifted across the country like a ghost, state to state, town to town, never staying long enough for police to connect the dots. He targeted people who lived on society's margins, and he counted on the fact that no one would link his crimes together. For nearly 40 years, that strategy
Refund headset dent. Not doing channel point redemptions. Not the time. Lock in.
worked. Everything changed in 2012, when Little was arrested on a warrant for illegal substances. Nothing about his arrest seemed too unusual, but when authorities ran his DNA through the system, it hit on 3 unsolved cases from Los Angeles in the 1980s.
That's wild. They have the database for that. Like he got charged for something entirely unrelated, and then it just like pops up like ding ding ding. 36 years ago, this guy fucking killed 3 people.
Detectives interrogated him, but he denied everything. Still, the DNA was undeniable. And while awaiting trial in California, investigators around the country began re-examining cold cases. His travel history matched dozens of unexplained disappearances. Old police sketches, witness notes, and morgue photographs began lining up with his movements. The pattern was unmistakable. Eventually, Little began to confess. Not to 3 cases, not to 10, but dozens. Describing victims, locations, cars, clothing, weather, even the angle of streetlights decades earlier.
And he remembers that shit as an old man from 30 years prior. I always wonder, like, say he didn't get caught, do you think he would have, like, said that shit on his deathbed? Like, do you think he would have been, like, on his, like, on hospice, like, hey, you know, now's the time? No, he would have just died with it.
His memory was disturbingly precise. Over months of interviews, he admitted to taking more than 90 lives. In the end,
90?
And it turned out that Little was the biggest killer in U.S. history.
Really? Samuel Little. I don't know if I've ever heard of Samuel Little. He killed the most people in U.S. history.
Ted Bundy thought he was untouchable.
When did Samuel Little die? Or is he still alive? He died in 2020, 80 years old. Samuel Little was an American serial killer convicted of 8 murders, confessed to 93 between 1970 and 2005. So for 35 years, he was killing people. Oh, my God.
North Little Rock. Tell me what that girl looked like.
Oh, man, I loved her. I forget her name. Oh, wait. I think it was Ruth.
Okay.
She was a...
God, it's so surreal because this just seems like a fucking sweet old man. Oh, my God.
Heavy set, big old yellow hair. And had buck teeth. He had a gap between the teeth, that's what it was. And she was like honey color skin. And she had, like, her hair was not really long.
Wow.
We went to Kroger's, and that's where I got busted.
Mm-hmm.
They took me to jail, and she went and stayed in the car. And the manager of Kroger's, I guess he got tired of her laying up on his property in that car. he called the station where I was at in North Arkansas to drop the charges. So he can come down and get this gal and come.
Oh, this is like disturbing, dude.
Was headed toward with that place where Walmart.
Oh my God. Because, like, if you muted this, dude, deadass, if you muted this, this would just seem like a story like your grandpa was telling you. Like, he's giggling and being like, you know, telling you, like, cracking, you know, just fucking shit. But he's just talking about murdering somebody. Like, he's smiling.
He was wrong. It all started to fall apart for him on an August night in 1975.
What do you think his family thinks? Well, his family's fucking dead, dude. He's like he was like 80.
When a Utah Highway Patrol officer pulled over a tan VW.
This is the shit that I was talking about, bro. Ted Bundy got away like 9 times, dude. That motherfucker was jumping out of windows and shit. He was on the run. They couldn't find him.
Beetle with its lights off, driving suspiciously through a residential area. Inside was a clean-cut, charming man named Ted.
And I gotta say, bro, like, women were writing him letters and shit, and people were like, Ted Bundy, the hunk serial killer. That motherfucker's unattractive. I'm gonna say right now, he's chopped. Like, I'm not... Bro, he has a fucking bad eyebrows, unibrow. He's got, like, sunken eyes. Bro, I don't understand, like, the fucking... Yo, actually, like, I understand there's, like, this weird obsession, like, certain people have with, like, serial killers, so they get, like, obsessed and write love letters to them. Whatever. But, like, the news stations were, like, reporting on him. Like, they had didn't they have Zac Efron play him?
Ted Bundy, along with...
He mogs you, BP Joe. I'm not even trying to be, like, black pill, bro, but, like, motherfuckers, anytime I see people talk about Ted Bundy in a documentary, they're like, the most attractive man, the most attractive serial killer. I'm like, dude, he looks like an average fucking guy. This picture's creepy.
Charming man named Ted Bundy, along with what looked like a crime kit. Handcuffs, rope, crowbar, ice pick, and ski mask. Bundy tried to play it cool, but was still taken in for possession of burglary tools. It was then that
An ice pick is a burglary tool?
Investigators became concerned with something much more chilling than those initial charges. Bundy's tan VW Beetle matched witness descriptions from multiple missing women cases across multiple states. Then came a huge breakthrough. Enter Carol DeRanche. The year before, a man claiming to be a cop tried to take her against her will from a shopping mall parking lot. She fought like hell and escaped. When police brought her in for a live lineup, she pointed straight at Bundy. He was convicted of that crime in 1976 and sentenced to prison. Now the word was out on Bundy. He could now be tied to a much sentenced to prison. Now the word was out on Bundy. He could now be tied to a much more...
He was 29?
Sentenced to prison. Now...
Yo, he looks 43, bruh. I am not, like, dude, see that, I mean, I'm not trying to just, like, sit here and gripe on this, but, like, that's absurd.
Although word was out on Bundy, he could now be tied to a much more serious case in Colorado through a combination of witness sightings, timeline evidence, and his travel pattern. So he was extradited to Colorado. And here's where things get really wild. While acting as his own lawyer, he literally jumped out of a courthouse window and escaped. He was free for 6 days before being recaptured. 6 months later, he did it again. Better than...
That's what I'm saying, bro. They did just chain him to a fucking metal chair, bro. What? How do they fucking... Bro, he escapes before being captured like 3 times. They get him, he's representing himself in court and just jumps out a window and fucking runs away. And they're like, oh, he's on the run again. Fucking... Bro, next time he does it again, next time you catch him, bro, chain him to a radiator, dude, while that fucking court proceeding's going on. Put his feet in cement buckets. How do you let him go away that many times?
This time, Bundy crawled through a light fixture in his cell ceiling and walked out the front door of the jail. He made it all the way to Florida. And Florida is where everything unraveled. Bundy just couldn't help himself. He attacked a sorority house in Tallahassee, but he was losing control, getting sloppy. A few weeks later, a Pensacola cop spotted a suspicious VW bug, this time orange. Man, Bundy really liked those Volkswagens, didn't he? When the police pulled over the car, Bundy fought, kicking, punching, trying to run. But this time his escape was less successful. He gave a fake name, but his fingerprints told the truth. And the FBI's most wanted was finally in handcuffs. Again. Bundy defended himself at trial like it was a performance. The jury wasn't impressed. Ted Bundy's final...
Why? I understand they need a trial, but like, because it's like innocent until proven guilty. Like, that's a needed thing. But it's like, bro, that motherfucker jumped out the window defending himself. Like, he ran.
Escape was on January 24th, 1989, when he met Old Sparky at Florida State Prison.
Oh, Ted Bundy got executed? Who was it? Jeffrey Dahmer? What serial killer was murdered by his cellmate? Was that Jeffrey Dahmer? Yeah, that was Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was killed by his cellmate.
So, which of these do you think wanted to get caught?
Damn, he got the electric chair.
Ed Kemper, clearly. But do you think there was a part of the others that wanted to get caught to stop them and face justice?
Oh, yeah. Every cult leader died. That's a fucking watch. Bundy cried all the way to the chair. There was no molecule in his body that wanted to get caught. See, that's abnormal. Because I feel like every other serial killer, it's like they kind of take pleasure in it being over. Whereas he's like, did not want that. And Ted Bundy's the guy that had a fucking wife. This guy's commenting like crazy. Dark Team Gaming. My God, dude. Buddy's giving a play-by-play commentary in every single one. Ed Kemper had an IQ over 140, which shows he's very intelligent. In addition to being 2.06 meters tall, which means he is tall. Thanks for the comment, Dark Team Gaming. The killer's nickname came from the neighbor's dog, which was ironically named Sam. Bro's just dropping facts. Kesha's song Cannibal refers Jeffrey Dahmer. What is this guy doing? Kesha's song Cannibal refers Jeffrey Dahmer in the second verse because he called himself the Milwaukee Cannibal, suggesting that some notorious serial killers have inspired singers to write songs about them. The worst part is that the neighbors are complaining about the smell from Dahmer's apartment, and Dahmer tells them his refrigerator is broken. A lie. X Skull and Sleepy for the sub, Free for the sub, Mister for the thread. He would act injured, like he would wear a sling and ask them for help since he's not like a creepy guy and normal they helped him. Yeah, I think that's more so what it was. Like, people would, like, take, like, Ted Bundy looking like a normal dude and then be like, he was a hunk, so people would fall for it. It was like, no, he just didn't look scary. Like, he would dress nice and just be like, hey, and then they would just listen to him. Jonathan Mallory for the sub. Period and Jonathan for the sub. X-Call for the sub. All right, I gotta piss again, then we got another video. We're watching a video about the burnt peanut. Then we have one for the America's Worst Sports Team and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Count me down. 30 seconds. I gotta piss. Not that song. Nope. We'll do... Lock in, chat. Lay for the sub, Beck for the 3. Any tips on gaining weight in muscle? I have a really fast metabolism, trouble gaining weight. Love your streams. Well, you're going to have to bulk. I would say get a calorie tracking app. MyFitnessPal I used to use. Don't use it anymore. Don't know how good it is now. But, yeah, calorie tracking is usually the best way. Big Chase and Matthew for the sub. Asian Lay for the sub. All right. Next video. Next video. That was a fire song. Turn it off. What do you mean turn it off? That shit was awesome. What? Bad song. Fuck you. Right for the sub. Asian for the sub. How the burnt peanut took over streaming.
How did a peanut rise from obscurity to internet stardom in under 2 years?
You have more viewers than the entire Warzone category.
And become a
Dude, because it's like peak brain rot mixed with like gaming / humor / edits. Dude, there's like a million reasons why the burnt peanut's successful. He's so clippable, and he could get away with like very animated face reactions that a human couldn't, right? It's a VTuber model that fits VTuber audiences, or doesn't fit VTuber audiences. It's a VTuber model that fits the regular non-VTuber audience, if that makes sense. Like, most people don't like the idea of watching, like, a super expensive model of, like, an anime character in the corner that's, like, super attractive and, like, hey, and it, like sways in the fucking wind and shit. But people really like the simple, like, basically looking like an Instagram filter peanut. And he could look at the camera, and it's not disturbing, right? But when I look at the camera, it looks like I'm staring at you, so it freaks you out. But if Peanut looks at the camera, it doesn't freak you out. Like, there's a million small things, but it's mainly just, like, he's entertaining. Like,
streamer that has influence over titans of the industry that have been
P-tuber, by the way. Sorry, P-tuber, not VTuber.
Established for a decade.
His AFK channel has 4,000, almost has more viewers than me and Hutch when we go live.
He is a Goopa, after all.
He's got me cackling, cracking up.
I mean, I also gotta say, bro, it's because he's entertaining. I think a lot of the guys in the escape shooter space aren't funny. Like, I'm not calling anybody specifically. Like, Tim and a lot of the people they're showing, very entertaining. Love Summit. I like watching Ninja, like, all these other people. But it's like, a lot of the guys that do escape, like, extraction shooters are just good at the game. They're boring. Like, they're boring. Like, but when you watch Peanut, it's like he brings that variety personality to extraction shooters. And it seems a lot less serious. You don't need to know a lot about the game. You could still just watch him.
Good morning, old man. Bro, you got it.
This is the story of the burnt peanut. The burnt peanut has captured the gaming and streaming space.
I did love this part. This part of the Streamer Awards where it's like it's like pictures of people that didn't show up. And then people that are here, like Aspen, and then it's just the burnt peanut wearing, like, the fucking, like, twirly hat, just smiling at the camera.
Winning FPS Streamer of the Year and VTuber of the Year.
Even though I'm a VTuber, that's okay.
But what is his story? What sparked this meteoric ascent?
Like, me and Crystal talk, I'm dead ass. Me and Crystal talk about the burnt peanut off stream so much, and we always say it works so well, but, like, if he did what he does as the peanut in a face cam, it would look so fucking stupid. So it, like, fits perfectly. Like, he's so animated. Like, if he was like, and, like, he does that constantly. But, like, it works in that skin. But if I did that, or, like, somebody did that, you'd be like, yo, you look like a cornball, bro.
First, we have to go back before the burnt.
I always imagine, because I don't know what he looks like, but I always imagine him sitting in his chair. Because he's a guy. He's not a I know it's like the joke is like he's a peanut, but it's like, bro, imagine the guy that is the burnt peanut just sitting in his chair being like, just like, I forget about it because it ruins it. But it's like you gotta lean into like, okay, I'm actually watching a peanut right now. I'm not watching a person.
Peanut was a peanut. Peanut's streaming career began in 2022 as a human, or rather a human.
The filter turns off midstream. Dude, I always wonder how that doesn't happen. Is there like a safety net thing for that? Not only just for the burnt peanut, but VTubers in general. Like, is there not a... Because I was like, what if it glitched and it just showed his face?
VTuber concealing
I'm assuming it just wouldn't work. Like, if it glitched, it would turn off. It wouldn't show his camera.
his real peanut identity. Like countless other aspiring streamers, he created tutorial content and guides fitting perfectly into the typical streamer mold. But he was hit in the face with the same reality that nearly everyone that tries this profession is hit with. Numbers were stagnant, and growth nearly non-existent. Eventually, he walked away, and for a year, the screen went dark. But he couldn't stay away forever. One day in January of 2024, while he was playing Tarkov, a friend suggested he stream the session. At first, he was hesitant, but he reluctantly agreed. But it was the next day that he had the epiphany that changed everything. His name was all.
I just think it was like the perfect storm, man. Like, he's a funny guy. The peanut thing is funny. It fits his personality. And he's like, dude, his personality with extraction shooters is just funny. Because he's so animated, and extraction shooters are the most aggravating type of game. Because they're so rewarding, but also so fucking, like, dampening at the same time. Like, when you watch Peanut get, like, gooped up, and he has 120k worth of shit in his inventory, and then he gets scummed at extraction, and he just crashes out, it's fucking hilarious.
Already the burnt peanut, so why not become one? And just like that, a new era began.
Gooped up question mark? Yeah, it means when you have a lot of stuff. You got a lot of goop. Goop is like items. You have a bunch of pink loot.
Once Peanut embraced his true identity, he realized something most streamers never figure out.
And they can put him in different outfits and stuff.
No one cares if you're good at the game. They care about how funny your death was. Peanut leaned in.
Actually, though. No, literally. That's what, like, dude, and it's crazy how big streamers don't, like, people that average 20k viewers don't get that. They'll be like, yo, I'm not going to play with you, Peanut, man. Like, you're ass. I'm like, bro, he would make you, like, your stream is more entertaining with him there. Like, most people don't want to, like, I think it's a, not a culture shift, but it is really a change. Because do you remember 2018 Fortnite and Twitch? All the big streamers were not funny, bro. They were just cracked. Like, you would watch, like, 2018 was like, well, you watched motherfuckers that were good at COD. You watched motherfuckers that were good at Fortnite, good at Rainbow, whatever was popping at the time, you know? Like, you wanted to watch, you know, I mean, Shroud's still big now, but, like, you wanted to watch Ninja because he was good. You wanted to watch Shroud because he was good. You wanted to watch, oh my God, what was I just thinking of? Who's the fucking Scumpy? Optic Scumpy, because he was good. Yeah, they have, like, clips and they're still entertaining personalities, but, like, their primary motivator for somebody to watch them is like, hey, I'm really fucking good at this game. I'm way better than you'll ever be. Watch me. Right? But then you have a guy that's, like, still above average skill level. Like, Peanut's better than most people at, you know, Tarkov and Arc Raiders. But people watch him because he's funny. Like, a lot of the time he's getting carried by Cloaksy and the people that he plays with.
To fun.
Tfue? I think Tfue's a weird in-between, though, too. Tfue is really funny and entertaining. Like, I love watching, like, his fishing content, but he is also, like, king of exploits and, like, gaming. Like, if you watch a Tfue clip, bro, where he, like, snap hook, safe pocket towards a team, and then no-scope kills 3 people in Arc Raiders, it is astonishing.
Yelling.
How fucking angry I would be if I was playing in his lobby.
Screaming, laughing his way through Tarkov, while everyone else treated it like a game they were forced to play upon penalty of death.
Like, you're full kitted, you just spawned in, you got some good items, and then you just see a guy up on a hill, and he snap hooks to you and just 3 taps your team solo.
Peanut was an entertainer, but his story doesn't come without adversity. His came with TikTok. He tried streaming there, but whether it was the crude jokes, the chaos, or TikTok's anti-nut agenda, Peanut was banned 47 times.
47 times?
Yes, that's a real number. Sometimes 5 minutes into the stream. Eventually, he gave up on TikTok, which actually
holy fuck.
freed him. No more unnecessary restriction, just raw, unfiltered entertainment. Back on YouTube and Twitch, Peanut began to see success. Every time he went live, more viewers showed up and more viewers stayed. This continued as a slow burn, the kind of steady growth most creators can only dream of. But with growth came disbelief, accusations, rumors.
In the beginning, when I was on my rise, everyone hated me. There was a lot of people in the beginning that were like, that guy's viewbot is off. Yeah.
Some veteran streamers refused to accept that a newcomer, a Peanut, was surpassing them. Yet the numbers kept rising. His fan base, who he called
it's like, if you watched a person do that, that'd be like stupid, but it's like, it's so funny watching him do that.
The Bungulators, kept growing. And day by day, the burnt Peanut became impossible to ignore. Then came his first major spike in viewership. A Tarkov Drops event had arrived, an opportunity Peanut did not want to pass up. He thought he registered, but never hit submit. Instead of giving up, he reached out to BSG, and against all odds, he got the drops anyways. But there was a problem. The Drops event was during the day. Peanut streams at night. Most would cancel or postpone their usual stream. Instead, Peanut streamed for 17 hours straight.
Oh, what the fuck? Just fucking stream during the Drops event. Why would he stream for a day straight?
During that broadcast, his viewership climbed from 2,000 to 5,000. And
oh my god, and then that gave him the spark, and he probably got a bunch of people that clipped him.
Then, even after the event ended, this average viewership stayed at 5,000 and continued to grow. A sign that viewers had showed up for him, not just
That's crazy that he sparked that fast.
The game. By July 2025, Peanut was averaging 10,000 viewers on YouTube and Twitch. Then, Battlefield 6 dropped its beta in August.
Yo, like, I've been building a slow burn. Like, right now I'm at 9K, and this is like a high for me because it's January. It'll go back down in February and March. Dude, literally went from like, I feel like he's got to be stressed out, no? You don't think, do you think that stresses him out? Has he ever talked about that? Bro, going from like 1,000 viewers to 9K in like a month, and then 9K to 100K. He averages like 50 on Twitch and like 80 on YouTube. He's bigger than Kai. Not in terms of popularity, but in terms of raw numbers on a random stream, Peanut averages more. Like, he is huge. That's a crazy change that he has to manage. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, like trying to manage that audience, like that influx of viewers is probably so hard.
August.
Battlefield 6. He played Battlefield 6?
Peanut soared to 20,000 viewers on both platforms. His viewership went back down to around 10,000 viewers afterwards, but more people now knew of the Peanut. Then, everything changed. Enter Arc Raiders.
Do you think if Arc Raiders didn't come out, he would still be big? I think he would still be big, but I think Arc Raiders did help him. Like, he could have just went back to Tarkov, and he would have still averaged, like, 30K. But I think he would have been, like, Tyler 1 League era average, rather than, like, Arc Raiders is... Is Arc Raiders the biggest game out now? No. But I think it's the biggest new game. I think, like, CS is always going to be one of the biggest games, right? Like, CSGO, Val, like, all that shit. But just in terms of, like, I think it's the biggest trending game. Arc Raiders is the biggest trending game right now. I feel like that is an undisputable thing. In terms of multiplayer. Single player, yeah, you could say, like, Expedition 33 and all these other games are fucking huge. But, like, yeah, hold up. I got to ban this kid.
A game he believed in from the start was about to release. When the game finally arrived on October 30th, Peanut...
Am I the only one who hates Arc Raiders? Yes. I had so many friends that were Escape from Tarkov diehards that shit on Arc Raiders for the first 2 months it dropped, and they jumped ship. Like, it's just a better game. And I'm sorry, like, in terms of like in-depth extraction shooters, yeah, I could see a world where people want to play Tarkov, but in terms of like roping in a new and casual player base, Arc Raiders is better.
Its viewership exploded. His stream surged to an average of nearly 30,000 viewers across both YouTube and Twitch. And then came the war.
Fight not for yourself, but for your bugger that is beside you!
A streamer war in our—
Dude, I wonder how Peanut would have done during the Helldivers era. Because he's so, like, animated about, like, the bungalators and, like, fighting for, like, loot. I feel like he would have carried Helldivers. Just because Helldivers was, like, such a game about community and, like, fighting, like, the same fight.
Arc Raiders between the Burnt Peanut and Hutch that brought in all the major streamers and made them choose sides. But it wasn't just other streamers. The entire game's population participated in the war, seeking out the other side to try to vanquish their foe.
Boys, I don't know if there's anyone to find!
At its peak, 90,000 people watched the Burnt Peanut live on both platforms. With the war, he transcended his niche and entered into mainstream gaming royalty. You'd be hard—
180K. I feel like people, dude, I feel like people take it less seriously because he is, like, a P-tuber. But, like, dude, he was averaging more on just Twitch than, like, Jinxie was peak Rainbow. Let me actually check that. I might be wrong, because Jinxie did peak really high. Yeah, Jinxie peaked at 97K back when Rainbow was, like, you know, the shit. What is the Burnt Peanut at? Oh my god. Bro, look at this graph. Look at this fucking graph. Flatline. Nothing. For years. Stopped streaming for 2 years because it just wasn't working. You streamed 120 hours, 6 viewers. It's fucking what? That's what I stream. 129, 130. Stream 130 hours, 6 people. Gains a little bit of people. Now he has an audience, you know, and then it's like, holy fuck. This is where they said the drops were. Sparks up, and then just fucking, holy shit, 62K. He averaged 13,000 followers. This is me. See, it's just like, this is like an average Twitch streamer. It's just like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Today, this is up month, but that's also for 12 hours in. It'll probably flatline a little bit more. Early January is always, like, up for some reason. I think it's because people are starting the semester, and it's just, like, they got nothing going on. You guys are procrastinating like crazy. Instead of doing homework, you watch Twitch streamers. Which I'm not complaining about. But I feel like it's so weird. No, it's literally, like, you could see it, though. At least in my audience. Like, especially around here. Like, summer's always up. But, like, January up. July up. January up. August up. Then it goes back down. January up. And then it goes back down. Every time. Every time. Up, down, up, down, up. Yeah, no work. No homework, no exams, no nothing to do. It's winter as well.
pressed to find anyone that plays Arc Raiders that doesn't know who Peanut is. But what is the root cause of this success? His Peanut form immediately captures the attention of anyone mindlessly scrolling social media, but unlike other VTubers, Peanut overlays his real eyes and mouth, which allows him to be expressive and be more relatable to, well, a human.
Yeah, it bridges that gap. It bridges that gap. Because it's like, most VTuber models, it's like you're literally watching a VTuber. Like, it's just an AI mod, not an AI model, an art model.
However, this would do nothing for him in the long run if he wasn't actually entertaining. His humor and quick-wittedness is some of the best of any streamer to ever do it. Peanut can have a 12-hour stream and have the same energy in the 12th hour as he did in the first. When he gets your attention, he keeps it, and he delivers. What many may not appreciate is the craftsmanship and dedication behind the Burnt Peanut. His stream isn't just a simple overlay, it's a world he built himself. Backgrounds, transitions, outfits, scenes, entire environments crafted from scratch. Only recently has he
Do you think that whole stay at the popularity he's at now? I feel like you can't peak at that level and keep it forever. Like, I think he'll dip slightly. I think he'll still, even if, say, he dips 6 months from now, I think he'll still be like Jinxie. Like, you know how, like, Jinxie isn't as big as he was viewership-wise. I think he's more known, but he's not as big viewership-wise from the Rainbow days. But I think he has way more of a core audience. I think he's more known in his audience, and he still averages, like, 30K. I think Peanut would do that, and I think he'll, like, also... I think it'd be awesome to see Peanut play other games with Arc Raiders. Like, I know he's like an extraction shooter guy, but I think it would be cool too to see him play like, you know, some other random shit, like Sea of Thieves. If the servers weren't too stream snipeable. Imagine Peanut on Sea of Thieves, bro. The little pirate outfit on the Peanut. Ready the cannons, men! And he starts freaking out. That'd be awesome.
begun working with professional artists. For the majority of his rise to success, he did it all on his own.
Because I think his audience, too, likes the idea of, like, goop. And, like loot. Like, getting stuff that you could lose. Like, risk and reward. Because they like seeing him succeed and also fail miserably. So, like, Sea of Thieves has that.
Self-taught, self-driven, purely for the love of the craft. His dedication wasn't about fame, it was about passion. The kind of passion...
Did you see he played Sea of Thieves last week? Dude, I gotta hop on Sea of Thieves again. It was so fun. Should we do that on one of the Friend Swap days? I love Sea of Thieves. I've only played it like 5 times. Not even. Maybe like 3. On stream like once. Such a fun game, dude. You just gotta fucking loot shit. Yusuf is calling you. Why is Yusuf calling me? What do you mean Yusuf is calling me? Oh, my editor sent me a video. Hold up. Hold up. Now you guys got me off topic. Now you guys got me off topic, chat. By God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold up. Boom. Boom. Okay. For Arc Raiders. See, now you got me off top. See, now I gotta lock in. Now I gotta lock in. Thank General Zod. Thank you, General Zod. Fuck. Okay. All right, I'm locked back in. Did I download this? I did. All right, Leo, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. Kool-Aid for the sub. Amma and Bub for the sub. Bando Jack, Y Rhino, Branch for the sub. Chill, Alex, BT for the sub. Camson for the 5. Gifted Goth for the sub. Z-Strict, Rocco's on. Uncle Rudy for the sub. Asian for the sub. Ray and Leah for the sub. TTV for the 3. Video's been great on my mental health. You brighten my day. Thank you. I hope you're all right. Bice, thank you for the 3. Lock in. Wait for the sub. We might have to save that sports video for another day because we are... Actually, we might have time. We'll see.
Passion that makes someone say,
Dude, I would rather be a fella in 2025 with $10 in my pocket and an internet connection than a king in the 1300s.
despite his rise, Peanut hasn't changed. He drives the same old car.
I mean, that thing's gonna explode any day, I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, like dude, I always say having wealth back pre-technology blew dick. I mean, like, you could say the positives were, like, you could do whatever you wanted, but, like, your, like, moral guidelines had to be pretty fucking low, man. But, like, dude, if you had wealth in, like, the 1500s, what the fuck do you do for fun? You have a big castle, no AC. You can take a bath. They have to light a fire under it because there's no heating. You could poop in a nice toilet, but it just, like, falls through the fucking, like, ceiling to the... It's just, like, all the luxurious things. It's, like, you can't go... You want to go vacation. Gotta take a wooden sailboat.
It's genuine hazard.
He continues to DoorDash Big Macs, and he laughs, jokes, and streams with the same fire that carried him from obscurity.
Wasn't he, like, drunk half the streams he does? I don't know how true that is. I know he's a big Zyn guy. He rips Zyns a lot. He says 6 milli delights. So he's addicted to nicotine. I'm not judging that. I myself am addicted to marijuana. But I know he says he sips on, like, Voodoo Rangers. At one stream, he said he had 2 Voodoo Rangers a stream. But I think he was talking about the 24-ounce ones. And those are 6%. And I remember I did the math one time. This was with Chris. I talk about the burnt peanut a lot off stream. I watch him. But if he drinks two, and I saw the clip and he said it to Shroud, and Shroud was like, I'm sipping on tea. And I was like, wow, vibe killer. Vibe killer. Why don't you crack open a fucking handle of Tito's vodka, Shroud, because you're not matching the vibe right now. I'm just sipping on tea. What? Dude, literally, if okay, I'm not advocating for this because obviously it's not good for your health. But, like, dude, I was just doing a Pokemon tournament and I was like, oh, I'll take a shot for shits and giggles. Ended up getting hammered on stream. Like, if I was streaming and some guy's like, yo, I'm drinking, I'd be like, really? Really? Like, how much? Oh, you know, just 2 24-ounce 6% Voodoo Rangers. Oh, so we're getting drunk. That has to be, bro, like, what percent is a Voodoo Ranger? Voodoo Ranger percent. 7%. So he's at least doing 7%. Average beer is what, 4.2 to 5? 24 ounces at regular beer is 12. So it's 4 beers, but 4 7%. Like, that, I would be drunk.
To legend. Because Ed is...
He does the 9.5% ones. Bro. That's 8 beers. That's 8 beers. 8 equivalent standard drinks. Because that'd be 48 ounces or 4 drinks of 9.5%.
Poor, he's still just a guy who loves gaming, a guy who loves streaming, and a guy who found the power of being something unmistakably...
Could you do 9.5%? Dude, you're just drinking wine at that point. No. I think it's an acquired taste. I like Voodoo Ranger, but I would probably opt for the lighter 7%.
And unapologetically unique. A peanut.
This guy was, like, so wholesome reporting on the burnt peanut. DJ Spink. What a guy. What's your favorite burnt peanut moment? This is a passion project of mine. Been working on it the past 3 to 4 weeks, and I had spare time. What a fucking gamer, dude. DJ Spinks. W Mans. Snace for the 100 fucking subs. Thank you for the fucking gifteds, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? Thank you for the fucking subs, bro. Oh my god. Thanks if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 100 gifted, Snace. Am I saying your name right? Bro's a 9-month subscriber as well. Thank you for the fucking individual support, too. Love these chatters. Love these chatters. Lurker. Not a big typer. Not a big typer. Big watcher, though. Thank you for the fucking support, Snace. W guy. Or girl. Or non-binary. Not assuming. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the 100 gifteds. Thank you for the subs. That one and winner for the sub. Kronk, Sai, The Real, Beg, and Toasty for the sub. SG for the sub. EPAP for the 3. We're in your merch for the bar tonight. Is that going to get me play? No idea. That and OK for the sub. Cool and Bub for the sub. Amma and Jack for the sub. Bando, Chill, Branch for the sub. Goth and BT and Alex for the sub. Z-Shrek for the sub. Rocker for the sub. The Kronk and winner for the sub. 6! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Thank them if you got a sub again. And thank you for the fucking 100 gifties. My lips are so dry right now. Sorry. Side note. Snace, thank you for the 100 gifties again. Voice crack. Thank you for the subs, bro. What the fuck? Appreciate the support, bro. Thank you for the gifteds. Ugh. Okay, chat. We're going to save searching for the worst American sports team for another day. Probably Sunday. Now that I'm thinking about it. We're going to watch the Neil deGrasse Tyson video. Time to get fucking trippy, chat. Is time travel possible? Let's lock the fuck in. I gotta piss first, actually, so we're not locking in. You got fridge literally behind you, dude. I said my lips are dry, not my tongue and mouth region, buddy. I need, like, no, not Vagisil. I need, Vaseline. Not Vagisil. Super, thank you for the 2,000 biddies. Super shot, thank you for the biddies, brother. Not Vagisil. Vaseline. What is Vagisil? Vagisil's for... oh, it's vagina itch cream. Nope, that wouldn't really help me. How do you... Never mind. I'm gonna go pee! All right. Ugh. We're back. Mimis for the 3. Test out Vagisil on your lips. Let's see what happens. Neil would want to see an experiment. I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson would want me to rub Vagisil on my lips. Evil Jada and 44, thank you for the 5 gifted. Steven and Polar for the sub. Super for the Android 44 bits. Jay 44 and Ali for the sub. Super, thank you for the 2,000 biddies. Lock in. Keep playing. I don't want to hear you talking about vagina cream. I'm not, bro. You guys are bringing up Vagisil. I'm not talking about it. I said Vagisil instead of Vaseline by accident. And then I moved on. Now he's talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson and fucking Vagisil. I'm not mentioning it. You are talking about it. I'm not. Drop it. Riley for the sub. Polar for the sub. Stop talking about vagina cream. I'm not. Lock in, bro. Please. Please. Hold up. Un fricking momento. Chat. Fuck. Responding to my girlfriend. Cat itchy cream. Stop, mods. Time people out mentioning Vagisil. Mods. Make Vagisil a banned term. Don't. Actually, that would be fucked up. Somebody could be talking about their Vagisil problem. Mimis, thank you for the 3. Stop dragging the Vagisil. I'm not dragging the Vagisil. Jess and Riley for the sub. Jeff for the sub. Why does somebody need to use Vagisil, though? Like, is that like there's like a chronic itchy vagina thing? Like, I don't understand. I'm not trying to make a joke. I'm genuinely serious. What is the point of using that? Like, what is it for? Like, a yeast infection or something? Or is it just I don't know. All right, lock in. Lock in! Is time travel possible? Neil deGrasse Tyson answers your questions. Honesty box. Boom! Sorry, YouTube audience, if this becomes a video, ignore all the Vagisil comments. That's not the topic.
Ingredients of life itself. You know, hydrogen is in our
Bro,
body.
can we please lock in? This is a serious video. This is a serious video. Variant Z for the sub. Okay.
Ingredients of life itself. You know, hydrogen is in our bodies. That was birthed in the Big Bang. And then we have carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, iron. Those elements did not come from the Big Bang. They came from stars. It's not just figuratively true. It's literally true that we are stardust.
Neil deGrasse Tyson makes me feel special whenever I watch one of his clips. And insignificant at the same time.
Hi, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, and I'm here to answer questions from the honesty box. Here we go. First question. Could a comet or asteroid destroy Earth? A comet or asteroid will take out life on Earth, but Earth itself will be just fine.
Bro, I still feel like we could read, you know, like, what was that? Is it Don't Look Up? The name of the movie with, like, fucking Leonardo DiCaprio, where they're like, an asteroid's gonna kill everybody, and they ignore it. And I know, like, by that point, it was too late, but I feel like if we knew, like, a year ahead that an asteroid was gonna collide with Earth, bro, motherfuckers are redirecting that shit, you know? Like, I think all the money in the world would just be immediately invested to not have that asteroid kill everybody on Earth. Like, all the countries, no, we couldn't. Bro, you think that all the world superpowers stop fucking arguing with each other and killing each other for, like, a year. And we go, we're going to invest trillions of dollars into, you know, blowing that asteroid up or redirecting its path. Bro, they're getting it done. They're getting it done. Septic for the 1,000 biddies, She and Melon for the sub, Chicken for the 1,000 biddies, and Az, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's Very for the sub.
So when people say, especially people in the green movement, we need to save Earth, save planet Earth, you have no idea how resilient planet Earth is. It got slammed by a Mars-sized protoplanet, made the moon, and Earth is still here. What you really mean is, can it destroy life on Earth? It's done it before, it'll do it again. Unless we figure out a way to deflect the asteroid.
Or I fucking eat that shit. Like when you're catching an egg in an egg toss. Set her down easy. It just crushes me. I'm like, I'm ready. And then I'm dead. It just crushes. You wouldn't even see it coming. It'd be moving that fast.
I don't want to be the laughing
Oh, what's that light in the sky?
stock of the galaxy. To be the only species that went extinct from an asteroid, yet we also had a space program. That's just embarrassing. Like, no. Do aliens exist? Don't know. We're looking for them. What I'm pretty sure is that they have yet to visit Earth. Because if they did, it would be odd that they only visit US government facilities. Okay, so maybe they do exist and they have visited, but they are inherently fuzzy and they target restricted naval airspace, but only of the US government.
Or they're wearing our skin and Mark Zuckerberg is actually an alien that's pretending to be human to get information on us before he returns to his home planet. No. I don't know if I believe aliens have visited. I believe aliens exist. I think it's illogical to believe that they don't. Intelligent alien life is different, different story, but alien life definitely exists, right? The ingredients for life to exist are not rare. But do I believe that aliens exist on Earth now or have? I don't know. I mean, dude, I watched that podcast with David Grush, the whistleblower that worked with like high military officials. And he ended up almost getting arrested and, like, all this other shit because he was talking about, like, the U.S. alien program and shit and how they did recover, like, alien aircraft and, like, UFOs and stuff. But I don't know. It's just, like, people watch that and then just, like, they're like, okay, and they move on with their everyday life. And I'm sitting here like, yo, that motherfucker's saying aliens definitively exist. Like, what? And we just, like, move on. It's a little bullshit. I don't know, dude. I mean, we had this conversation before when we watched the Canadian alien video, which was definitely fake. But if an alien say an alien UFO crashes in your backyard, like Neil deGrasse Tyson's point is like, why are they always landing at aliens landing at U.S. air bases and stuff? I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying that motherfucker might crash. You report it, government fucking wipes that shit clean, you know? But I feel like in modern times, everybody's whipping out their iPhone. I will agree with that. Like, you couldn't really hide an alien crash now. Like, that shit would be on Twitter instantly. Like, that shit, I don't know if you would be able to hide it eventually, but people would already have it, like, downloaded on their phone.
Prove the Earth is not flat. Prove it? Prove the Earth is not flat. Okay. Do you have tall buildings where you are? If you do, and a sight line to the horizon,
You're asking a guy with like a PhD, yo, the Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Some like fucking like set up like plastic table on a New York street. Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
People from the ground floor up to the top floor and have someone hanging out in the roof. And all you have to do is at a sunset, when you have a clear view to the western horizon, have each person looking out the window, when they see the sun set below the horizon, have them raise their hand or shout out. And you will see one by one, in sequence, each person raise their hand until the person does so from the roof. That tells you that the sun...
Yeah, that would disprove the idea that we're on a disc and the sun is just rotating around the disc rather than it being a ball and like we're rotating. Well, we're orbiting around the sun, but also rotating.
The sun is disappearing behind a curve.
But the ice wall. But they don't let us go to Antarctica. Why did they only let Mr. Beast fly to Antarctica? Why don't they let people go there?
Curved surface. And if Earth were flat, when the sun set below that edge, everyone would raise their hands simultaneously. Or you could look at...
Dude, I feel like, I don't know if the flat earthers have a counterpoint to this, but I feel like hemisphere-based seasons disprove a flat earth theory. Unless they're saying the disk that we live on, like, tilts in some way. It's like... right now it's summer in Australia, but it's January because Earth is a fucking sphere and it tilts, and that changes the seasons and how warm it is. There's so many things that point to the Earth not being flat.
Photos from NASA. What's something about the universe that makes you emotional? All of it. But especially the fact that the ingredients of life itself, hydrogen is in our bodies. That was birthed in the Big Bang.
I love hearing that at every breath not every breath, but while you're breathing the same air molecules that like Leonardo da Vinci and Abraham Lincoln and like early ancient Egyptian kings and people like breathed in, Like, not only are you stardust, but you're also, like, drinking the same water molecules and breathing the same air molecules that everybody else is also, or had also breathed.
And then we have carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, iron. Those elements did not come from the Big Bang. They came from stars, forged in their core from thermonuclear fusion. And those stars happen to be the stars that also explode, scattering that enrichment across the galaxy, allowing subsequent generations of stars to have planets, some of which have the right ingredients for life. What is biology but highly complex chemistry? And there's no understanding of chemistry without physics. So all of this comes together. And so these ingredients that comprise us were birthed in stars. It's not just figuratively true, it's literally true that we are stardust. We are alive in the universe, and the universe is alive within us.
Oh, pause.
That is a gift.
Why did I just rage bait myself? Why did I just rage bait myself? Like, nobody even typed that, but I was just like fucking guessing that somebody would say that.
20th century astrophysics to modern civilization that borders on the spiritual. That makes me emotional.
One of the best books that I read was Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, which he wrote. It's just a fun book, It just teaches you random shit about the universe.
Molecules are there in a glass of water. Ooh, there's bajillions in a glass of water. All I will tell you is that there are more molecules in a glass of water than there are glasses of water in all the world's oceans. Think about that. When you drink that glass of water and those molecules come out of your body in any one of a half dozen ways, those water molecules go back into the environment. There's a
half dozen ways. Sweat, piss, shit, snot, cum, poop, tears, blood. 8.
Enough water molecules.
Saliva, 9. Vomit, 10.
That came back out of your body.
You said poop twice. 9.
to scatter into.
Yeah, vomit, piss, snot, shit, poop, semen, tears, poop. Again, blood, saliva.
Every other glass that anyone draws from the
Vagisil.
world's water supply. Given enough time,
It's just a stupid inside joke. It's like, that's not going to make sense to anybody but the people that were here.
gets completely mixed. That means every glass of water you drink, there are molecules that pass through the kidneys of King Henry VIII.
Oh, dude, that's
Winston
the shit that I was
Churchill.
just saying with air I was saying air molecules, though.
Pick your favorite historical character. So you want to talk about the oneness of all life on Earth? The water molecules through your system captures that fact. Why was Pluto demoted?
Because it's a small fuck. It's not big enough to be a goddamn planet. It's not big enough to be a fucking planet. It ain't on the goddamn size as all the other motherfuckers. Isn't Pluto the size of our moon? It's too small. Small-ass planet. It's way too small. I'm pretty sure in the Kuiper Belt or wherever, how far out fucking Pluto is, there's planets that are as big as Pluto. So it's like, if Pluto's a planet, then they also have to be a planet. So it's just easier to make Pluto not a planet than that. How big is Pluto compared to the moon? Pluto is significantly smaller than Earth's moon. Like, yo, it don't count, you know? And I used to be a Pluto fan. Like, I remember I was upset when they were like, Pluto's not a planet. I was like, the fuck you mean Pluto's not a planet? I learned Pluto's a planet. It's too small. It's too small. It ain't making the cut.
It had it coming. I mean, come on. Most people who are Pluto lovers don't know.
It had it coming. That motherfucker was going to get slimed out one way or another.
The following facts. Ready? Okay. A, more than half of Pluto's volume is ice. If Pluto were where Earth is right now, it would grow a tail because heat from the sun would evaporate that ice. It would have a tail. That's no kind of behavior for a planet. Not only that, Pluto's orbit crosses the orbit of another planet. No other planet does that. You know what does do that? Comets. You know, comets are made of ice. Pluto is not.
All right, now we're being a little too harsh here, Neil. Okay? Now we're being a little too harsh here, Neil. I'm down to give it dwarf planet moon status. I don't know about a comet. Now we're just really downgrading this thing. Now you're telling me I learned about a useless thing when I was in 3rd grade?
Necessarily the biggest thing in its orbit. There are other objects that rival Pluto in size. It does not own its orbital space. In fact, we concluded Pluto was one of the larger objects of a new swath of real estate discovered in the universe.
Yo, you know what pisses me off, bro? Gas planets. Like, no, actually, like, I don't know why it upsets me, but the idea of, like, a planet like Jupiter being largely, like, non-physical, or not non-physical, solid matter and, like, liquid metal and gas, bro. Like, and it's so, I also wish, bro, I always look this up. What if Jupiter was our moon? I would love that. If this was like what your day-to-day looked like. It's on Reddit. If Jupiter were our moon. Dude, how cool is that? Imagine that's on the fucking horizon. It would block a lot of stars. But that would be sick, dude. Or even like Saturn.
Called the Kuiper Belt of icy bodies. The Kuiper Belt of comets. So yeah, Pluto's happier there because it's like the king of the comets.
So now we're assuming how Pluto's taking this. Okay.
Instead of the puniest planet. Is intelligent life an evolutionary fluke or an inevitability?
First good question.
Ooh, well, a couple of things. How inevitable could intelligence be If we're the only intelligent life on Earth, and Earth has been around for 4.8 billion years, if it were inevitable, you'd think it would show up more frequently in the tree of life, but it hasn't. So it's not clear.
Well, because intelligence isn't something that is definitively needed to arise. Like, it is what it's what happened with us, because evolutionarily our intelligence enabled us to survive, right? But evolution is going to aid whatever environment that animal is in and needs to survive. And intelligence happened to be what we needed and wanted and was what was most successful for us to survive, right? In other animals, in other climates, it's big teeth and, fatty bodies and smaller brains but bigger claws and other shit. Or like even like jellyfish, like the capability to revert to an earlier life cycle. Like, it's whatever is needed in that environment, no?
How inevitable.
It'd be crazy if there was another intelligent species on Earth with us. I mean, there used to be other versions of humans and we fucking killed them all. Some people have Neanderthal DNA because they would fuck, but not to the effect of like it being monumental. Like, it's like 2%.
It is. If aliens came to visit looking for intelligent life and they arrived 500,000 years ago,
they died themselves. Yeah, I'm not saying every different species of human, like Homo habilis, or not Homo habilis, that was before Homo sapien, but like Neanderthals. I'm not saying like every Neanderthal died at the hand of humans. They died themselves as well. But like Homo sapiens did kill other types of humans.
That's tiny compared with the history of the Earth.
My friend's 6% Neanderthal. He should join the NFL.
We're not here yet. And they wouldn't find any intelligent life.
Unless he got the bad parts in the Neanderthal DNA.
So
Vachicil's 8% Neanderthal. Time that kid out.
It's not clear how inevitable it is. What you don't want, what could likely happen, especially lately, is aliens come to Earth and they go home and report back, there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth. When will the universe end? Not in fire, but in ice. And not with a bang, but with a whimper. We are on a one-way expansion trip, never to cease. Never.
Yo, I remember the first time I ever like saw that shit was when I was watching Futurama and they teleported too far into the future and they saw the death of the universe and it was just nothing. And it was so sad. Like the universe, everything's going to get further and further apart and the energy's going to get dissipated to the point where like it's just blank space.
We're too slow.
Because all the stars are going to dwindle out, all the energy's going to dissipate.
If dark energy has its way with us, in 10 to the 22 years, the expansion of the universe would have accelerated so rapidly that it would have ripped the very fabric of space and time itself. And we call that the Big Rip. I don't even want to know what that looks like.
I hope all my particles somehow collide again and I just regain consciousness, 8 billion trillion years from now and I just see the death of the universe and then I die again.
What happens when we die? I can answer, if you're religious, you go to heaven and you hang out with all your relatives. I can answer this as a physicist. We are warm-blooded creatures, which means my skin temperature is nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the room I'm in is not. The room I'm in is 70 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? So in Celsius, body temperature is like 37, but room temperature for you is like 20, 23 degrees. So you are maintaining a temperature difference every waking moment of your life. If you died, your body would cool to air temperature. That's why if you've ever touched a corpse in a casket, the first thing you know...
That shit is cold. Cold. Oh my God, bro. And I don't judge people that be like hugging dead bodies and shit, but like, I mean, like when my grandpa died, bro, like I grabbed his hand for like a second. But like, bro, some people be like hugging it. I'm like, ooh. That's just not for me.
Oh, it feels cold. No, it's actually air temperature. It feels cold compared to when you normally touch a human body.
Yeah, because you're used to feeling human skin and it's just being warm.
All right. Why does the body temperature drop? Because you're no longer metabolizing energy. The only reason why we consume food, other than the nourishment, is to have energy to maintain this body temperature difference. Okay. Also, we have neurosynaptic activities in our brain. We have thoughts. We have a consciousness. Let's say you die by a series of mini strokes. You know the person to whom this is happening. And bit by bit, their personality goes away. They lose their ability to recognize you. They don't know how to speak. They don't know where they are. Their consciousness fades, and you're witness to this. If you do a scan of their brain, you'll see parts of the brain shutting off because they're not activated by oxygen. That's what strokes do, of course. Then the person dies, and the metabolism stops. You put them in the earth, the molecules still contain energy. And those molecules are dined upon by microorganisms in the earth. And you are given back to the ecosystem. You're given back.
Yeah, I remember one of the weirdest things was when I saw my grandpa get buried. They had like this lining for the casket, and it was supposed to prevent like worms and other things breaking in. And I'm like, why does it matter? Like, you're gonna rot down there. Like, I'm never gonna judge somebody's wishes, but I was like, in my head, I was like, I mean, is there really a need for that? Because you're just, I see your point. You're dead. You know, at some point they're gonna eat your body. Is it now or 10 years from now? Like, you know, at some point they're gonna get in and you're gonna rot. Out of respect, yeah, I get that. But it's also like some people get so sad with like caskets, and it's like when I saw my grandpa die, I wasn't so. I mean, this isn't really answering what's after death or what happens when you die, because that's like really nobody knows until you're dead. And then when you are dead, if it's nothing, you won't know because you're dead and your consciousness is gone. But I mean, when you see other people die, people get so upset when they see the like open casket, and I'm just like, that's not them. You know, obviously it's the physical sense of who they were. But their consciousness and the person that they are and were is gone, you know? Like, that's what makes somebody, you know, is the conversations you have with them and the way they portray themselves in action and through conversation, not through what they look like. And people always determine change of an individual through physicality, but people can change day to day massively off of, you know, consciousness. Like, the way you think can change rapidly, but you could look the same. And it's like people always judge the physical sense so much to relate to that, but it's like who you are isn't what you look like at all. Like, that doesn't matter.
To the circle of life. I choose to be buried for that reason. I spent my whole life dining upon flora and fauna. It's about time I gave back to them.
Bro, like, I kind of want to get cremated just because I don't want to get buried in a casket. But if I have the option, bro, I've said this before, chuck my ass in the woods. Helicopter my ass out into the fucking, like, Canadian forest and just drop me. And then, like, animals will just eat me. And I'm fine with that. Like, yeah, throw me in the ocean. I don't know. Well, in the deep ocean, you might just sit there for a while. Got to make a Vagisil shrine at Joe's grave. Stop it!
In death. So, when we die, I'm not given reason to think that your state of mind in death is any different from your state of mind before you were born. Before you were born, you're saying, where am I? How come I'm not? No, it's a state of non-existence. After you die, state of non-existence.
Yeah, that's the take I have. I was just say, because people are like, well, what is that? I'm like, sleep with no dreams forever. Nothing. Not black. I feel like people always go, oh, so it's like black? Like you're in nothing. Like it's like empty space. No, it's nothing. You're not conscious. You're just dead.
So That's what science says about death. But death is so scary to so many people. We fear death because we're born knowing only life. Is teleportation
That's really what it is. Wow.
born knowing only to so many people? We fear death because we're born knowing only life. Is teleportation possible? What you'd have to do, you have to be like demolecularized, turn into a beam of energy, and they beam the energy to another location.
And then wouldn't you be dead though? Like I always have that argument with teleportation is if they had to like dismantle your body to like its basic atoms and then reassemble you in another area, wouldn't the you that stepped into the teleportation system be dead and the teleported you would actually just be a clone of you?
Retaining all the information that is you, because you kind of lose that information when you convert matter into energy. But you have to somehow retain it and then reassemble your atoms. I'm waiting for the future where we invent wormholes. Then you just step through to the destination. No dematerializing, no reassembling your atoms and putting back the information of all your neurosynapses that makes you in your mind. You just step through the wormhole and you arrive. So teleportation, yeah, I don't think it'll ever happen for the information problem.
Well, the information problem, but it's also like if you're able to do wormholes, there's just no point. Like teleportation would just be like 9 steps to complete something that would take 1.
That it poses. Or just warp drives to get to where you're going. Okay? Just warp space. You know how warp drives work? I'm here and I want to get there, and that takes a long time. So you curve space, and then you jump through that short distance, and then you uncurve it. That's how you can get across the galaxy during the TV commercials. Is there life on Mars? We're looking. It wouldn't be on the surface.
Yeah, isn't there still technically liquid water under the surface of Mars where there could be still like bacteria and like other microorganisms?
The high ultraviolet flux from the sun, protected here on Earth by our ozone, no such protection on Mars. Ultraviolet is hazardous to biology. If there's life on Mars, maybe it's in the waters that are beneath the surface, in like an aquifer, something such as that. How does the Earth spin? Everything spins. Everything. Particles, planets, stars, galaxies, everything.
The sun spins? I didn't know that. I would have assumed that the sun's still, maybe orbiting like some other larger thing, but I didn't know the sun also rotates.
When they
the sun's a planet. The sun's a star.
They form from larger gas clouds in the universe. If the gas cloud has any motion at all sideways, no matter how small, as it collapses, that motion grows. It's called the conservation of angular momentum. We all know this. We've all seen it. We've seen it with ice skaters, where they come to make a spin and their arms are outstretched.
Oh, and then they do that tight shit and they go, love that. They do like nine rotations in a row. It's like you're watching G-Force.
And as they bring in their arms, what happens? They spin faster and faster and faster. And they can take their arms and put it up above their head so that their arms get even closer to the axis of rotation and they spin really, really fast. If you want to reverse that, then you just extend your arms back again. So that ending posture, that ending panache at the end of the spin, they have to do that. Otherwise, they keep spinning. So when you see an ice skater do that, just keep that in mind. Everything spins. And when it spins, something has to stop it. And it'll spin forever, basically. Okay. Oh, when you spin a top or anything on there's friction between it and the surface. So it eventually slows down. In space, there's no friction. So we good. Who is the GOAT of science? Greatest of all time?
Obviously, Bill Nye, the science guy.
Isaac Newton. Duh.
Oh.
He's your boy, Isaac Newton. Buried in Westminster Abbey. He discovered the laws of optics, the laws of gravity, single-handedly invented integral and differential calculus, practically.
Yeah, and his dumbass probably would have been bronze ranked in Valorant, and he also thought that he could turn other metals into gold, like a dumbass. So, who's the real genius?
On a dare. Because someone said, Ike, why do the planets orbit in ellipses rather than perfect circles? And I don't know, I'll get back to you. And then he figures out why. And his friend says, well, how did you figure this out? Well, I had to invent calculus to answer that. Well, he did all that by the time he turned 26.
Wait, what? He did that shit when he turned 20, by the time he turned 26? I thought he did that in his, like, 40s. Damn, I'm a bum.
And by all evidence, in case you're wondering whether you will ever achieve this yourself,
No,
by
I
all
won't.
evidence, he died a virgin. These things come with costs. Isaac Newton, no bow to doubt it. Is time travel possible? We are already time traveling into the future, 1 second at a time. The problem, though, is we are prisoners of our own present, forever transitioning between our inaccessible path.
Yeah, isn't light, anything with matter is bound by time, but light's not bound by time. That's why the faster you go, the slower time is relative. It's still the same to you and how you experience it, but everything around you experiences time at a quicker rate.
And our unknowable future. So you will always age at 1 second per second. The question is, what is the rate that you are aging compared to places around you?
Yeah, that always freaks me the fuck out. Like, the faster I go, it doesn't matter because I'm still going to experience a second as a second. And, like, what that even means time-wise doesn't even make sense because that's a human-derived number because a second is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, which is how fast we rotate around the sun. Like, we're just dividing things into, like, moments that we're counting. So there is no actual physical amount of time that we're experiencing. It's just however much time feels like. But the faster you go, you still experience time the same within your unconscious brain, but everything around you would experience it at a more rapid rate. So if I start going like 20, 30, 40% of the speed of light, everybody around me, if I saw them through a looking glass, would be aging and dying quicker than me. What? Just watch the movie Interstellar, bro. Come on. Oh, my God.
Because not everyone experiences the same timeline. Not everyone experiences the same rate of progress of time. If you're in a strong gravitational field, time ticks more slowly for you. If you travel fast, time ticks more slowly for you relative to others looking on. So that's all we've got. However, if you can make a worm.
Oh my God. Yo, chat just trying to be funny right now. Just making a million Vagisil jokes, chat. They have to be fucking sprinkled in, brother. You're dumping it. You're dumping it. It's not funny anymore. Toad, thank you for the fucking tier 2, man. What's up? I'm able to teleport, but I'm not going to tell you how because you didn't come to my birthday party. Well, you didn't let me know it was your birthday party, bro. Tyler and Soul, thank you for the sub. Happy late birthday. Hard Junior, Banana, CNR, Reagan, Ruxel, Enraged, thank you for the tier 3. IGH Dick and Reagan for the sub. Lack, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Good for the sub. Oh man for the 3. Fascinating other Australians, the planets in the universe, all unique in their own way. We aren't special at all. Lack, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. But that gives you some sort of uniqueness. You know, nobody's going to ever be you. Mazin, good for the sub. And your lack of uniqueness, or not uniqueness, lack of specialness enables you to live the life you want to live. Ricky and Killer for the fucking raid. Full and Mess for the sub. Less pressure on you. Kilo, Johnny Tur, and Full for the sub. Genghis and May for the sub. MNK for the sub.
Hole?
AO for the sub.
There's a way to time travel through the.
I have to piss. Oh my God. I was going to try and get through the video. You got to give me 30 seconds. I have to piss so fucking bad. Sorry. All right. AO for the sub. Lock in.
Wormhole. But we don't have wormholes yet. Stephen Hawking suggested if you go back in time to your own timeline, you might accidentally disrupt your timeline, prevent your parents from meeting, and then you're never born, so that you don't exist to go back and disrupt your own timeline.
Yeah, but I always thought that that timeline would be skewed. It would create another alternate reality that you didn't exist in. Like, if time travel were real and I went back in time and I killed my own, dad, I wouldn't exist. So if I didn't exist, then I wouldn't exist to kill my own dad, so I would exist. So I feel like the better explanation is that if you go back in time, you're going back to an alternate reality that you're skewing for another universe, not your own.
So that's a paradox. So Stephen Hawking said we can't have these paradoxes. So maybe one day we will discover something he called a time travel conjecture.
ESN, thank you for the 5 gifteds. No name and AO for the sub.
Which prevents us from traveling in time, just to avoid that very outcome. So, favorite subject of science fiction writers, by the way. And best among them? Best. Now, Doctor Who, they do okay. There's some fun time travel things going on there. But I would say in terms of movies, definitely Back to the Future. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Are UFOs real? If you see something in the sky and you don't know what it is, it's real. It's a real UFO because the U stands for unidentified. UFO. I see a flying object. I don't know what it is. It's real.
Motherfuckers with Starlink on Facebook.
So that question, are they real?
There's a bunch of aliens.
Almost doesn't make sense. Of course it's real. You don't know what you're looking at. It's a UFO. Okay? You want to know if UFOs are aliens? That's different. And I see no convincing evidence that we have ever been visited. And why there's so many sightings? Because most people don't know what goes on above their heads. If you go to the community of amateur astronomers who are out back with their telescope every night, ask them how many UFOs they've seen. Chances are the UFO you saw to them is an IFO, identified flying object. I'm waiting for the high-resolution image of aliens walking off a flying saucer. Then we can talk. Until then, showing me fuzzy images of lights in the sky during twilight or any other time of day. I need better evidence than that. I'm sorry. Keep looking.
You believe in aliens, Joe? Yeah, I believe in aliens.
Okay.
Whether we've interacted with them, I don't know.
What's more important, exploring space or fixing Earth?
Fixing Earth. But I think there could be a mixture of the two. Like, exploring space could help Earth.
Let's go back to the caves. 20,000
Neil's getting serious, leaning in here.
years ago. We're all in the cave. And the lads in the cave peer through the front door, and they look out and they see mountains and valleys and hills and trees with fruit on it and the sky. And they want to go explore outside the cave. But they don't have permission. So they go back into the cave and talk to the cave elders. Back then, the cave elders would be 30 years old. Half of everyone in that day was dead before they turned 30. So let's go to the cave elders, and they say, we want to go explore outside. And the cave elder, they meet other cave elders, and they come back and conclude, no, you cannot leave the cave because we have
Oh my God, Dent. Okay, no more channel introductions.
cave problems you need to solve first. Only then can you go outside the cave door. That's what you sound like.
Bro, what? Sorry, I gotta rewind.
Because we have cave problems you need to solve first. Only then
Oh, he's saying you can just do both at once.
can you go outside the cave door. That's what you sound like. Point is, you do both. You don't just do one or the other. You fix Earth and explore. There could be solutions out there that can help solve problems.
That's what I said.
Here on Earth. unless you somehow think Earth is so big and amazing that all our solutions are contained here. But if you study the universe, this is Earth and this is the universe, and you're saying, don't study that, only study this. Then we'll solve all problems. Get real. Does anything scare you? Yes. I fear that our species, as it currently manifests in this world, I fear that we lack the wisdom to become the shepherds of our powers over nature that we need to be to ensure that the world is still here for our descendants. That's scary.
So we'll go extinct. Dude, I get more and more worried learning about, like, world politics right now and how countries are, like, kind of dividing into their own, like, weirder divisions where, like, China kind of has its area, Russia and U.S., and they kind of try to, like, take a hold of their own areas, and it's, like, so reminiscent of, like, the follow-up to World War I. And I truly believe that, like, most world powers are going to do whatever they can to, like, avoid World War III. But if that ever happens, that's because countries go to war, and you could have one country go to war with another, or one country go to war with two countries. But the second you have the world superpowers fighting each other, they bring out the big weapons. And then that's end of the world. Like, that's, like, maybe not end of humanity, but, like, resetting us back to square one level type, like Fallout level shit. Like, bad.
Do you think most humans are unable to grasp the fundamentals of the cosmos? I'm going to ask a different question. Is the human mind smart enough to fully understand the cosmos at all? Maybe those who understand it best.
Because you're only able to understand everything through the perceptions that are given to you through evolution of humanity on Earth. And also how you age and understand things on Earth. So things that are, 5,000, 5 million light years away aren't going to make any fucking sense comparable to shit that you experience here. Max for the 5 gifted, Slex and Feck for the sub.
Understand a tiny little bit of this larger truth, and the human brain is just too stupid to ever figure it out. I lose sleep over that, wondering if we will ever figure it all out.
Wow.
Or are we just sort of pawing at the base of a mountain, not seeing the glory of what lay before us? I quote Isaac Newton, your man. Sometimes I feel as though I'm a child on the shore, picking up one pebble that's shinier than the next. Yet the great ocean of undiscovered truth lay before me. What is the strangest thing about the universe?
When he looks at the camera, he's like, you get that?
That it's knowable at all.
Bro, every time I watch some shit about the universe and how vast it is, I always just end it more confused than before. Like, how the fuck, not even like how we're here, but like the universe as a whole, how vast it is and how unaware we are of, we're aware of how unaware we are of everything. Like, that's it. Like, we're, and anybody in our, maybe humanity as a whole wouldn't be able to, like, explore the cosmos. But, like, we as a species right now, in this day, not humanity as a whole in the future, but, like, humanity and everybody that's alive right now, is capable of understanding that there's crazy shit out there that we don't understand and that we want to explore, but we're unable to do it right now, and we will never be able to do it. We, meaning the people that are alive currently. We can only set up other people to then eventually be able to go see it. And that fucking annoys me. Like, I'm jealous of those people that are going to be able to fucking understand that shit. But I think in certain ways they'd be able to be jealous of us for things that we have that they won't. So, there's two coins to it, I guess. Or two sides of the coin. May, thank you for the 5. That was a fun video, though. All right, chat, we're going to call that there. If you have any videos you haven't watched games, you have to play videos, games, tab. It's how I find most of the videos that I watch games that I play. I will be live tomorrow at 1 EST. It's probably going to be a 5-6 hour stream tomorrow. We're doing the JSMP, the whole stream, Minecraft, Pokemon, Cobblemon specifically. Sunday, I'm going to be live at noon. Charity stream, matching chats donos for Red Cross. Going to be trying to raise like 10K total. That would be fucking sick. Reacts, maybe some gaming. Monday's going to be more of the SMP, so we got SMP, Reacts, SMP, but then we're going to be doing a bunch of gaming outside of that. SMP Monday at 4. Tuesday is going to be Quarantine Zone random games. Wednesday, Marvel Rivals 6v6 and do an FMV game. Thursday, Games with the Guys stream. Friday, React. Saturday, SMP, more Games with the Guys. We'll go from there. Go watch the YouTube videos right when I end stream, but outside of that, chat, I had a fun time streaming. I hope you guys had a fun time watching. Thank you to everybody that followed, sub, donated, etc. And let's fucking raid. Who do we want to raid? Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Ludwig's playing Unfair Flips. That was a fun game. Who's somebody that I haven't raided in a while? Small Ants live. So is Chris Melberger. So is Nolan. I kind of want to raid Nolan here. I love Nolan. I'm going to raid Nolan. All right. But yeah, chat. Go watch the YouTube videos right when I end. But outside of that, I'll be live tomorrow, 1 EST, JSMP time. Lock in, chat. We're going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, chat. See you guys tomorrow. Charity stream Sunday if you're not going to be on stream.